recording services. There we go. We're good.
All right.
Okay, we're good to go. Thank you, Susan.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. If you could take your seats, it's our 10 o'clock, and I think we should start our program. There's no assigned seats. Find a friend. Make a friend. All right, so we are very excited to see all of you here. My name is Dr. Nina Browner. I am a movement disorder specialist at UNC Neurology. This is Jessie Shore. She is a social worker and coordinator for the National Parkinson Foundation Center of Excellence at UNC. She also is your point person and the person who single-handedly organized the whole thing. So round of applause. All right, so we are very happy to see all of you here, and we also would like to remind you that there is some food behind. We're going to have lunch. All the vendors are here to represent their categories, and we encourage family members and the patients to introduce yourself and ask them a lot of questions. They not only represent themselves, but they also represent the possibility of connection with somebody who is not necessarily only in Triangle area, but from where you are from. And then Jessie is actually wanting to do some other things. We wanted to say that this program is created in connection with CurePSP Foundation. As you know, CurePSP Foundation is the only national foundation that takes care of people with atypical Parkinsonism syndromes, which is basically PSP, CBD, and MSA. And there are sponsors today, and our sponsors also is the National Parkinson's Foundation, as well as UNC Neurology. So a round of applause to people who helped us organize this. If you haven't seen it, the CurePSP booth is right behind over there, with a beautiful drop cloth that says CurePSP. And Jessie, do you wanna take over a little bit and talk about our sponsors?
Are you running out of things to say?
No, I just needed to talk about sponsors.
Sure. This is organized by UNC, supported by NPF in partnership with CurePSP, but we also have wonderful vendors and exhibitors who are acting as resources for you today. A lot of them are local in this area, but we know you're all over the state, coming from all over the state. So I've asked all of them to be prepared to let you know about their services in different areas of the state. And a few of them are helped to sponsor this financially today and make this possible. So thank you to Lundbeck, who's in the back. Please, Lundbeck. Yay. Walker Land, they have elder law attorneys. I'm not sure. Walker Land's over there. And I'll say all three of these at the same time. They can all wave Griswold Home Care, Right at Home, and Home Watch Caregivers. They're around the room. We really like in-home care, so that's why we brought a lot of them here today. And also, Right at Home and Home Watch Caregivers have brought volunteer caregivers with them today. So if you see the ladies and gentlemen in the really obnoxiously colored orange vests, there are volunteer caregivers today. So if you need things like any assistance walking or taking you to the bathroom, things like that, look for the really obnoxiously colored vests. And then all of our speakers have name tags on. I'm just going to go over a couple housekeeping items real quick before we get started. I told everyone when they checked in that we will be emailing you the slides because I didn't want to murder too many trees. The bathrooms, there's two different types of bathrooms. If you go to this door right behind me to the right, there's a family bathroom in there, one big restroom where you could go in with someone else. Otherwise, if you go out these doors, head through the lobby and hang a right, there's ladies and gentlemen bathrooms back that way. If you can please silence your cell phones, I'd appreciate it. We will be doing raffles throughout the day as well, so get ready for that. We're throwing those in, and
So we understand if you get tired and you want to leave, that absolutely is fine.
Yep.
So don't worry about it. Just feel very comfortable. Remember, this is your space. Remember, the program is for you. If you need to get up, move around, please do that. We try to find the room that is quite big, so you can have space to walk around over here or on the back. I promise you, you will not distract a single speaker.
That's right. Yeah, we're pretty informal. If you need to get up and stretch, please do it, because we're only having a few breaks throughout the day. So if you need to go to the bathroom, we're not going to make you hold it till the break. And our vendors, most of them will be here for most of today, but during our little breaks and also during lunch when we're having a buffet, you can keep exploring the vendors. So, Alex, come get ready. Come here. Our first speaker is all the way in the back. So without further ado, thank you for, thank you, and spills are allowed today too. That's fine. Thank you for bringing your energy and your attitude of learning today. We hope you get something out of today, and just thank you for being here. And I will pull up our first speaker is Dr. Alex Klein. He is a I'm getting there. Let's do it this way. He's a and he is from CurePSP. He's going to give you some basics on. Nope. Sorry, I obviously can't multitask over here. This is you, Alex. And let's start at I can't use this computer, Dr. Browner. You can't do it. Well, he's a neuroscientist, so he's very smart.
You never know, right?
It's really hard to use it. That, and then here, and then that. Okay.
Yay.
He's from CurePSP. He's going to give you an intro to the brain. Thank you, Dr. Klein.
Hello, everybody. My name is Alex Klein. I'm with CurePSP, and thank you for this invitation to speak here today. It is very exciting. And what I thought I would like to do with you is just, also give you some fun facts about the brain, because we will talk a lot about what's going wrong, and this is the sad part of why we're here. But I thought, really, in order to give you some tools to understand, when you go to Dr. Browner and she talks her talk, and you really want to kind of challenge her and saying, no, listen, I listened to Alex, and I know now a little bit more about the brain, so you will understand a bit more the background. Why is it so bad if things go wrong, and just look a little bit more at the brain. So, I hope that you can actually see this. It's very light and bright here in the room. So, again, what I would like to do with you is to talk about the brain 101, a little bit about disease to prepare Dr. Browner's talk. I would like to tell you a little bit, very briefly, about our research activities. And then after Dr. Browner's talk, I will come back and talk a little bit about drug development. But before we start and looking into the details, I would like to talk about some myths about the brain, because I'm sure that many of you believe that we use only a fraction of our brain. You all may have heard that it's sort of 10% what you use, and you know what? The really short answer is no. We use every single molecule in our brain. Every neuron is part of who we are, how that we speak. And imagine just, let's go into the stroke field. Imagine you have a stroke. That's maybe as big as, the area affected in the brain is as big as my thumbnail. What is the likelihood that it always, because you have these dramatic symptoms after a stroke, that it always happens in the 10% you're using. Why is it not happening in the 90% you're not using, right? So, no. I mean, there are more areas that can compensate better, yes, so the stroke has less effect on you. But most of the areas where a stroke occurs has really bad impact on your behavior, on your cognitive skills, etc., etc. So yes, we're using 100% of our brain. And this is a funny one. The governor of Georgia gave in 1998 to all pregnant women a CD with classical music because they were hoping that the children, while they're in the womb, listening to classical music, would become smarter. This is called the Mozart effect. But again, you see that. Sorry, guys. No. Even there's a Harvard study out there that listening to music would be nice to see. What about hard rock or heavy metal? I don't know. But that's maybe the other extreme. But no, there is no effect of listening or exposing unborn children to music. That's an important one. Adults can't grow new cells. Yes, they can. This is standard knowledge now. Yes, we have new neurons every day, born every second, born in the brain, even during adulthood, even now we're all sitting here. But, this is a really big but. If this would be sufficient, this growth, then we all would not be here, but be at the beach and enjoy a drink. What I'm saying is, yes, it's important, for example, for learning new things. That's really part of the growth where we call this neurogenesis happens, but it's not sufficient to compensate for disease. So that's because when you Google this, of course, the brain can regenerate, and you may even find people or healthcare providers who might really play with that quote. But the thing is, you cannot influence it actively to a degree that is meaningful. And this is a really exciting one. This is my mission. Male brains are biologically better suited for math and science, female brains for empathy. Again, a big, big no. It's actually even the contrast if you look anatomically into our brains. Interestingly, the hippocampus responsible for memory is larger in females than compared to males, and the amygdala, a key area for emotions, is actually bigger in males. Go figure. So, and in a way, actually a very sad experiment. Canadian researchers gave a group of volunteers a math test. They also asked the people, are you familiar with math? What's your approach to math? Are you scared of math? And they just, asked these questions, and the volunteers carried out the test, and it was expected, as expected, all female volunteers performed worse. But, and now the sad part starts, a new group of volunteers came in, males and females, and the female researchers were told, volunteers were told that there is no gender difference in this test. Boom. Absolute equal performance between men and women. And why am I saying this is a sad experiment? Because in a way it shows us how powerful society is, how powerful gender roles are that are not really part of nature, right? They are trained, they're part of what it is. So, girls, it's your day today. Anyway, so let's go into the brain a little bit. Let's do a little bit of theory. So how does it look like? And let's go to a healthy healthy brain first. And so I'm European, you hear that from my accent, I'm actually German, so that's maybe how I think every Saturday, for us it's Saturday. The Bundesliga, the Premier League and soccer, not football, we call it football. But, you know, that's maybe how you think about it on Friday night, okay? So that's your brain, but obviously that's how it looks like. This is when we look at it, and this is, you know, when we get the autopsies and we look at these brains, and you know, it's this kind of wrinkly, ivory-colored organ. And the main driver, and that's also again, that's the driver of the diseases why you were here, is actually that these guys, the neurons actually die, they degenerate. That's why hence the name neurodegeneration. And so the question is, why do they die? And but before we do that, I would like to give you some amazing numbers again about the brain. I might just have to yell a bit for a second. If you look at the first number here, our brain has 100 billion neurons. I really don't understand this number. Maybe Atypical is also budgeting for it. I don't know. Maybe they understand this, but I have no real concept, right? So let's go through that for a second. Here we have one neuron, and when we measure the diameter of the center of the neuron, we actually have, as I have to metric now, so because it's metric, it's 10 micrometers. Much better. And so let's go up the ladder here. If we go to 10 neurons, we have at 100 micrometers, etc., etc. So we go to 100, 1,000, 100,000, 1 million. And if we would align those neurons next to each other, if we wouldn't have this wrinkled, you know, alignment of these neurons in the brain, we would have length here already of 1 kilometer, which is 0.68 miles. And if we go to 100 billion or 1 billion or 100 billion neurons, and again, all these guys would be aligned next to each other, we would have a length of 62,000 miles. Just as a reference, Earth's circumference is 20 or 25,000 miles. So right on. So this morning, I didn't drive this morning, I flew this morning. Also, just to bring that into, you know, sort of context, is 100 billion neurons, 62,000 miles, from our CurePSP office in New York to Raleigh is 511 miles. So I think the only one who has done these many road trips between New York and Raleigh is actually Amy Branch. So Amy, if you have done about 122 road trips, you have visited every single neuron in your brain. All right, okay, here we are. Another thing, just to sort of tell you the craziness about this organ, and that's why I'm so fascinated about the brain, and that's why I wanted to study it and, you know, help to find a cure, is that if we go here, we have this neuron again, and, you know, they have all these long extensions here. So, you know, they're all sitting here, but, you know, I want to tap with my fingers, so the information has to travel. And interestingly, there are a few neurons only involved in this, but that means that these neurons have very long extensions. So we're talking about like foot-long, 2-foot-long extensions. So, but if we take an average of this, and then again would align them one after the other, we end up with, you know, depending on who's measuring, I guess, between 93,000 and 112,000 miles, which is exactly halfway up to the moon. And this is, you know, all of us. It's not all brains in the world. It's every everybody in our, everybody of you has extensions, neuronal extensions that would reach halfway up to the moon. There's a fun fact. You see Huma here. We're a fairly small brain. If we turned 3,226 years old, then we would look like Huma. Neurons per se are very fragile. But again, going back to the 10% rule, we have so many neurons in our brain because there is a natural death of neurons. So every second, one neuron dies. Considering how long we are now already in the room, don't get scared. There are enough because we're not reaching 3,000 years of age. But so that's actually a fascinating fact about the brain, right? And these guys, these neurons, they need support. They need oxygen, they need food. All this kind of stuff has to be provided by other cells, which we call glial cells. And those glial cells are in the brain as well, next to all these 100 billion neurons. And we have 50 times more supporting cells. That makes 5 trillion. So, again, this is beyond my imagination. And then I give you all these numbers because I also would like to advocate for neuroscientists who maybe from your point of view, have not yet delivered, or the doctors have not yet delivered a cure for those 3 diseases or the atypical Parkinsonian disorders. One reason is we're just starting to really understand what is going on in the brain. And then I can tell you, imagine now if all these neurons, they have to communicate to each other. So you start creating networks between individual neurons, and then the craziness just continues. And when things go wrong, the question is, where do we intervene? How do we do that? And that's actually, let me put it that way, the basis for not being more successful so far in brain disease is based on the complexity of this organ. I'm not saying that the cancer guys are dealing with an easier disease, so to speak, but it has less factors in it. That I think one can say without upsetting them. So the brain is actually very complicated. Just, when you talk to your doctors, I just wanted to clarify two terms. You will hear something about the central nervous system, but also about the peripheral nervous system. The central nervous system is here in the brain and includes your spinal cord here. Okay. The peripheral nervous system is all the nerves in the periphery, in your extremities, arms, legs, and the core of your body. Big difference between those two, and this is actually fascinating. Also, we try to understand this. In the central nervous system, no real regrowth of neurons. I just told you there's a little bit, but so that's why, if our example back in Germany, we always say, our perfect example is actually the road bike cyclist with an accident, having a damage here somewhere in the spinal cord, paraplegic, for the rest of your life, you're wheelchair bound. If anything happens here in your legs, actually neurosurgeons can actually help you. They can, in some cases, can really glue nerves together, particularly also here in the arm region. So there is some sort of plasticity, that's how we call it, and some regrowth. Jocelyn, do you need?
Well, it's saying there's only 9 minutes of battery power.
Oh, right. Okay. have to speak faster, right? All right, okay. And just as a summary, we have the central nervous system, the brain, spinal cord, and then here all the neurons outside the central nervous system. I don't know. Is it charging? It's not charging, no. So now we're looking at the brain and the outer layers. When you saw the first image of the brain, and then actually the brain is organized according to function. And what we see here, you may have heard. Oh yeah.
Oh, it's here. Hold on.
I guess let's hurry up. We have here in the front, it's the frontal lobe. You have the parietal lobe here in the middle. You have the occipital lobe at the back, and the temporal lobe here to the sides. This is bilaterally, so that's twice. And then here in the very back, you see the cerebellum, and down here towards the spinal column is actually the brain stem. And now it depends, and that's what I was saying about where the stroke, for example, this is actually how doctors really found out about functions of the brain, because if, for example, if you have a stroke in this area, and this actually happens, you turn blind, even though your eyes are fully functional. But the integration of information from the eyes travels through the brain and gets integrated and interpreted here in the back. Same thing if I get a really bad accident where this area gets injured. Same here. Here is motor, the motor area. If a stroke happens here, I will lose some sort of motor function. And this is now also what happens in PSP, CBD, and MSA, that, you all heard about tau, I will come back to that later, will slowly accumulate in those brains and make cells, neurons die. So, and that depending where those accumulations are, we have either a little bit more CBD here, a bit more PSP if it's here, or an MSA, but different protein that accumulates. And one last thing I just wanted to, as a scientist, I'm always interested in, the brain structures, and if we go by weight, you wonder why aren't elephants more intelligent than human beings? They have, this is metric, this is a bit more than 4 kilograms, which is, what's that, 8 pounds? A bit more than 8 pounds. And then we have the human brain here with 2.5 pounds. So logically, you would assume that there are more neurons, I guess. You can think better. You have more cognitive skills. But interestingly, when you look at, I showed you that scheme right now with the different functions of what we call cortex of the brain. You see that in elephant brains, there are only 5.6 billion neurons in that area, whereas in human beings, we have 16.3. So this is the neocortex, this is the new brain, evolutionary speaking. So what does that mean? It means that we have in the same area where animals have also a cortex, we have more neurons, meaning that we can make more connections between neurons, we can integrate better, we can analyze better, and that makes us then in a way human beings and separates us from other animals in the animal kingdom. So what is really important to take home is that we have nerve cells, neurons, and glial cells that support the brain. And then very briefly, before Dr. Browner gets on stage, is that I just would like to lay the foundation for disease. Because, you know, you all know those images, right? These are MRI images. You must have seen those. And then the question is, who is sick? We need to understand to interpret this. You know, it's not always, it's not, I mean, it's helpful to see the brains once they're donated and you look at them in the sections, but we need to, in the living, we need to interpret those. So those images, and we need to know what is actually a disease and what's normal. So here in this brain, you see a lot of black, which means liquid-filled cavities. Here you see way less black. Here you see a little bit whitish stuff, but also some sort of cavity. You don't know. But then you really need to study, and what you see is basically this is FTD, another disease in the spectrum of PSP, CBD, and MSA. And these are two normal brains, and by the way, this is my brain, because once you are at university, you know, they always want volunteers, and when they took this image, I was in the scanner for more than an hour. And at some point I said, guys, I really want to go out here now. So what you will hear also later is the frustrating thing about those three diseases is that we know fairly well what is going on once the disease started. But you will see the trigger is still unknown. But what we know is actually that tau in CBD and PSP is misfolding, and in MSA it's alpha-synuclein. And interestingly, alpha-synuclein also accumulates in Parkinson's disease. The tau, really interesting, accumulates also in Alzheimer's disease. You may have heard also the other term in the context of Alzheimer's with beta amyloid or A-beta. That's another protein that misfolds in Alzheimer's. So you see, you know, researchers just fairly recently understood that, well, maybe it's not one disease, there are separate diseases, but neurodegeneration, protein misfolding, is actually a common theme. And when we start looking, and that's then the second part of my talk after Dr. Browner's talk, is that we want to look into how does drug development nowadays work? Because what we need is basically drugs, antibodies that prevent protein misfolding, independent of the type of protein. That'll be the key. This is a bit hard to see, but what I just wanted to briefly go through is that, for example, this is here in the top left is a normal protein, and that's how it should look like. And then it becomes misfolded, and you see that once it's misfolded, it actually triggers more misfolding. It aggregates, and in the end, it really even triggers in other cells and normal tau to accumulate. So it's kind of a self-decreasing process. What does tau actually do? Tau is responsible for having, so to speak, the cell skeleton holding it together. These are the bolts in a skeleton or in a scaffolding, almost like, you know, bolt in the scaffolding of the cell. And it's a bit busy, that picture, I'm sorry for that, but in a normal cell, you see here, up here, you see it nicely binds to this scaffolding. And then the moment something goes wrong with it, I told you it accumulates and it sticks to each other and it forms aggregates, clumps. That prevents it from binding here, as you can see, to this microtubule, it's called, which is the scaffolding, the metal bars, so to speak. And then you see here that these bolts, the tau, cannot bind to it, and then you see that the 92 volts here fall apart. And then the cell cannot cope with that anymore. There is no normal function in that cell anymore, and eventually the cell will die. And here again, some images how this protein misfolding starts and how it looks in the brain and which parts are affected. See here on the left, oops. At least I have more battery. All right, back. Here on the left, you see MSA, the distribution of alpha-synuclein accumulated in the brain in MSA, and here you see the tau accumulation in PSP. And you see already that it's the same view of the brain, that they are differently located in the brain. And if you go to different view, you also see that, alpha-synuclein is particularly here in the brain stem and in the cerebellum, whereas here with the PSP we have in the more frontal areas we have accumulation of tau. So again, back to this. Now we really understand, like, if it's further here, we have movement issues, but also problem solving, behavioral, personality changes. That's what's happening in PSP. Whereas in MSA, we said here in the brainstem and cerebellum, this is posture, balance, coordination. These are also issues in PSP and CBD, but in MSA, it's a particular problem. And we can actually then define, looking at the distribution of those proteins, we can actually define for sure when we look at the brain, if it's an MSA brain or a PSP brain. Just very briefly, now that we know what's going on in the brain, what do we do about our research? You're welcome to have a look on our website. And just very briefly, we have a venture grant program, we have special initiatives, we do conferences and the conference sponsoring. We were very actively involved in defining the new clinical criteria of PSP. We have a genetics consortium. We work with the Mayo Clinic Brain Bank. And then here, again, also more going forward to drug development. We do clinical trial and patient engagement, and very brand new, you will hear later, it'll be these centers of care. And two things, and then I will stop. The majority of calls I get in the office, it's like, okay, are there any environmental factors? And I think maybe Dr. Brown and I can talk about that later when you have more questions or on an individual basis. It's a very tricky question. There's a lot in the media about environmental factors. Did that trigger anything in your brain? So far, we have no lead candidates that we could point to and say, yeah, because you ate this and that, too many burgers, too many French fries, whatever. No, we don't have that yet. That was part of my research, and I don't know if you come from a farming community. I use rotenone, which is a pesticide, still available, still used in agriculture. And these are actually my rat brains. And you see, it's very hard to see here, I'm sorry, but there are huge cavities here right now. These were the injection sites. And this is really bad for the brain. So yes, there are factors that are bad for the brain. Do they cause PSP? We don't know. And as my last slide for this part of the talk is 2 weeks ago, I know because you guys are really active on Google, so there is no point in hiding anything. And I'm interested actually what Nina is going to say about that. I'm very skeptical. First of all, I have to say I'm not going to trash these guys that are friends, and it's a very valid and good paper. But our problem is, how do I communicate this with you? The role of stress as a risk factor for PSP. Holy moly. I mean, this is all about self-reported stress, and they did a meta-analysis and all of that. It's good science, but your stress is different than my stress. Dr. Browner has different stress than I have. So I find this very, very risky, even though there are significances, and I'm sure that stress is bad for you. 100%. We know that from other studies. Bad for the brain. But I find it difficult to attach that to one disease. So careful with that. The message maybe is be happy. All right.
Hi, everybody again. You hear me well, right? So again, my name is Dr. Nina Brown, and that's my name over there. And so we're going to talk about 3 different diseases today, which is atypical Parkinson's diseases or Parkinson's plus. To break up the ice, I saw this map and traveling neurons, and I was wondering, where did you guys come from? So do you want to blurt out your geographical areas where you're from? So I live in Durham, Florida. Wow, that's really far away. Okay, well, good for you. And Greensboro, Scarborough, Charlotte, that's a lot of trouble. South Carolina, Wilmington, Cary, North Carolina, Chapel Hill, yes, Chapel Hill, where? Greensboro, Hickory, that's right, Hickory. Oh, I can't hear you. Elizabeth City, so that's like really Wilmington Coast more. So it's very impressive. What I was trying to do for us is just to understand that this is pretty impressive how big of a community we have. And even though we're going to be talking about rare diseases, nevertheless, this is affect people who live in different parts of North Carolina, and actually different parts of the United States. And I think it's very important to not only understand them, but also be an advocate and find another person next to you. And I hope in the table that you decided to be at, it's going to be not just a table that you're listening to yet another lecture, but it's a table also where you find a friend or compatriot and find the ways to connect and to find a solace or maybe some good tips. So remember that little you are little teeny support groups as well. All right, so I want to talk to you about this. Oh no, not working. I'm having a hard time too with that, so let's try to do it this way. There you go. So what kind of diseases we're going to be talking about today? So it's a very strange word that we use, and it's called Parkinson's or Parkinsonism. And basically the story is that when people use that word, what they mean is that somebody has slowness of movement, has trouble with walking, and has tightness of the muscles. That's what Parkinson's is all about. Then there are several types of diseases where you have the same symptoms, but the problem is kind of like different. With Parkinson's disease, the issue is that you don't really have one and only one chemical in the brain called dopamine. Okay? And the dopamine is usually produced, and in Parkinson's disease, out of the blue, suddenly we don't produce dopamine. And that is Parkinson's disease. Alrighty? The other spectrum of this is basically we could call vascular Parkinsonism. And what is that? That actually, when somebody does not produce dopamine, not because out of the blue, but because they have little teeny strokes. And the strokes have strategically went into the area that produces dopamine, and you end up basically having troubles with moving and walking and balance. And that's the big spectrum, alrighty? Right in between, there are the 3 diseases that we are talking about called PSP, CBD, and MSA. And what's interesting about them is that they don't have any mini strokes. They also have trouble with production of dopamine, but there must be also decrease of some other chemical, and we don't know what the chemical is. So that's why these diseases share a little bit with Parkinson's disease. For example, slowness of movements, tightness of the muscles, walking problems, falls, which is all kind of like taken care of by dopamine. But each of them have something else, all right? And that something else is very different from one disease to another. And that something else is also related to a particular chemical, alrighty? And when we talk about them, that's what we say. These people are slow, so they have Parkinsonism, and they have plus, means that they have something else to it. And that's how the whole word of Parkinsonism plus was created. Does it make sense? It does make sense. Good. Okay. Very good. So let's talk about them a little bit. So this is what we're going to concentrate on, Parkinson's plus. And so the usual question that we have is that, Dr. Ryder, I was diagnosed with Parkinson's disease, and in Jackson Day, it was 3 years, 2 years, 5 years, whatever you would prefer. And then how come now you're trying to tell me that I have completely different disease? What happened? Where were you before? I know where I was before. I was in Chapel Hill. But how come nobody told me before that I do not have Parkinson's disease and I have something else? And that's just a very big frustration. The other way around could be is that I just recently saw several patients, and they say, they come in, she is a patient, he is a care partner, and she says, I don't have Parkinson's disease. And he says, she has such a big problem with adjusting to this diagnosis and really, really taking this diagnosis and really believing that she has Parkinson's disease. And I listened to the lady, and she says, I also have trouble with blood pressure. And I fall all the time. And the medications, they really don't do as much for me. And it's been only 2 years since I had the symptoms. She was right. She did not have Parkinson's disease. She has all these other pluses. You see what I'm saying? And so, but for her and for him was a humongous frustration because they were told they have Parkinson's disease, and suddenly things are not really working out. How come they're not working out? I mean, there's so many people out there in the support group that have Parkinson's disease. I think medications that do so well, and here I am. I'm trying my best, and it's not working. Here's why. The issue is the diagnosis and how we make a diagnosis for these diseases. There is no blood test. There is no even a scan. Do you understand? Especially in the very early stages. So the diagnosis of these disorders comes with pure clinical exam by the neurologist. Okay? And we listen very carefully to the history, and we put together the exam, and what we're trying to understand is that if there is any additional symptoms there that's kind of like a little bit off, not what's usually seen in Parkinson's disease. Okay? Then after that, what we usually do is that we ask what is not typical. We may check on the blood pressure. We may look at the urinary function, for example. We may ask ophthalmologists to look at the eyes. It's because we have this suspicion. But we don't blurb our diagnosis right away, whether it's movement disorder specialist or neurologist, because you know it yourself. The action after you have a diagnosis is very different compared to Parkinson's disease. And so before we say, oh, you have PSP, or you have CBD, or you have MSA, we want to be sure. And for us, it's very hard to be sure because we don't have definitive tests. So we collect and collect and collect information. On the other side, most of the symptoms that will give you a good idea whether you have Parkinson's disease or not are happening within the first 3 years. The first 3 years. In the beginning, a lot of it, we're going to talk about the biggest mimicker of Parkinson's disease, which is PSP. But in the beginning, everything looks pretty much the same. They all have slowness of movements. They all have trouble with walking, all of these diseases. And as time goes on, you slowly realize this is unusual, and this is unusual, and that is unusual. Does it make sense? And so when we have some kind of like clinical diagnosis, it's actually, we need to figure out if there's any atypical symptoms in the first 3 years. So that's why there is a delay as well. And again, we are very careful when we blurb out the diagnosis because we know life will change. All right, so that's the answer to this question. Now, the other thing also you need to see is that this is very rare diseases. I tried to put it for you here. So what you're looking at, Alzheimer's disease, as you know, is a very much more common. It's about 5 million right now affected in the United States. With Parkinson's disease, it's about 1 million. It's not completely 1 million, but it's about there. Now look at the numbers. For progressive supranuclear palsy, we have only 20,000 people. With MSA, only 13,000. And CBD is a very rare disease. We have only 1,600 patients with CBD. Granted, because somebody are undiagnosed, granted because it's very hard to make a diagnosis, maybe the numbers are going to be different, but I don't think it's going to be different to the point it comes to the millions compared to Parkinson's disease and, for example, Alzheimer's disease. You see that? And so I think the other way why there's always delayed diagnosis is because it's rare diseases. It's not very common diseases. And the neurologists many times haven't seen them ever in their life. And that's why sometimes it's very important to go to see a movement disorder specialist, which is kind of like a subtype of neurologist who basically spends an additional 2 years after residency in neurology to really go into a very big centers where they see a lot of this type of disease. And all they did is spend their time basically looking and learning and teaching themselves how to diagnose somebody by clinical exam and history. Right? So also kind of like trying to find the right person to ask the question in the doctor world is also very important. All right. So how do you diagnose somebody with atypical Parkinsonism or Parkinson's plus syndrome? Well, you already can answer that question because I just told you how, right? Clinical exam, history. We sometimes do MRI of the brain. MRI of the brain, in a few percentages, will give you the onset. Although usually in this case, the disease is quite advanced, and you could potentially actually make a diagnosis just looking to the patient and talking to family. Okay. We also ask other people to get involved. So, for example, ophthalmologists or eye doctors are actually really fun group, and they very quickly diagnose somebody with PSP because there is abnormalities of the eye movement. And one of the ideas here is to try to find more and more ophthalmologists and teach them about PSP so that they can basically create like a red mark, say like, oh, have a patient here, where's my movement disorder specialist, please double check, I think it's PSP, okay? We also refer them to urologists because in multiple system atrophy, there is very hard time people have controlling their bladder. And the urologists are very good in understanding are you not controlling the bladder for what reason? Okay? They have a very particular test which we cannot do in our office as a neurologist. So urologists are usually in our camp, and we many times ask them to help us. We also ask a lot of questions from our physical therapists and occupational therapists and speech therapists, and you have a whole panel today of these people, have they called altogether allied health specialists, who actually are very attuned to figure out that somebody has not Parkinson's disease. Now, they may not be able to tell you what it is, but they very commonly see a lot of people with Parkinson's disease. They can find the red flag right away and say, oh, that's not it. Can you please double check? You following me good? Yeah? Okay, very good. So this is basically the question. So let's look at this. Today we are concentrating on these 3 diseases, okay? And I'm going to be using abbreviation, but PSP stands for progressive supranuclear palsy, CBD for cortical degeneration, and MSA for multiple system atrophy. What's very interesting is that they are divisible into 2 groups. These 2 guys move together, and they have abnormality of the tau protein. And MSA is kind of like separate and has abnormality of another protein called alpha-synuclein protein. Okay? And then the question that I usually get is that, what is this term, tauopathy and synucleopathy? I pronounce it well. I could have make a whole slide about how else can you pronounce this thing. So basically what people are trying to ask or write somewhere or give you this lingo is when they say tauopathy, that means that it's a disease because of the abnormal tau protein. Okay? What's interesting is that there's a 4 main diseases that in that category. You see that we have PSP and CBD there, but we also have Alzheimer's disease and frontotemporal dementia as well. All of these are tau proteins. And what the tau is a highway. So, you know, in the brain we have neurons, and neurons are the main guys. They're the queen bees. They're the ones who basically talk to each other, right? The way neurons talk to each other is that they send out chemicals, and they look like a little cells with little teeny, like, sticking out, I don't know, branches, okay? And these branches connect to another branches to another branches. This is how they talk to each other. The only way one neuron can talk to another neuron is by sending a chemical down that branch to another chemical down the branch, okay? You know what tau protein does? It's a highway. It creates a highway by which these chemicals can travel, okay? When you have abnormal tau protein, what happens? Instead of creating nice and smooth highways, I'll show you, it basically creates blobs. And you can imagine that blob is very far from having a nice paved highway, and that's why there is no more connection between one neuron to another, and that's how the abnormality starts. Then after that, what happens is this tau protein is starts sitting there. Have you seen hoarders? Have you seen hoarders? So what happens to the people? They hoard and hoard and hoard things, right? And then eventually they actually cannot live in that house, and unless these people from TLC show up and clean up their house, then basically they can have to leave their house, right? Okay, so imagine the tau protein and abnormal tau is this crap that is in that house called a neuron, all right? And we have no TLC channel coming to you yet. And basically, eventually what happens is that these globs sit inside the neuronal cell, and then eventually the cell dies because it can't do it, alrighty? And that's what the whole idea happens with the brain, okay? The same thing happened in all of these 4 diseases that are upstairs there. CBD, PSP, Alzheimer's, you ask me, I'll say, the same thing, hoarders. Now, what about synucleopathy? So this is another protein. It's called alpha-synuclein. You know what's funny about this guy? Is that we actually produce this guy all the time. All the time. All of us. I produce it all the time. You produce it all the time. And it's a little bit different than tau. You know, tau sits in the brain and creates the highway. Alpha-synuclein is almost like a little bit of a byproduct of another thing that happens. And there is a particular thingy that's called garbage cleaner. It's total hoarders episode, I'm telling you. So there's a garbage cleaner that is not TLC channel, but internal garbage cleaner, who basically comes in and eats up this extra alpha-synuclein. You know what I'm saying? Because the alpha-synuclein protein has done their job, and now it needs to be cleaned up. So what happens is that for some reason, you cannot clean up this alpha-synuclein. And then after that, you know what happens, right? The hoarders episode. And so you have a lot of alpha-synuclein sitting everywhere. But then what's interesting is in MSA, in Parkinson's disease, this alpha-synuclein goes into the neuronal cells, you see what I'm saying, neurons. What's interesting in CBD and in the MSA is that these blobs don't sit in the real cells, in the neuron cells, but the glial cells. You know what glial is? It's a village. I will talk about the village a lot. So the village is this. When you have a main guy, actually, it's very bad. I don't have Italian in my family, but I like to use my hands. So having these 2 things, it's pretty bad. Okay, let's do this way. So imagine that you have a neuron cell, right? And it's very important. It's a queen bee, and she has to do her job. And what you have is that around it, you have a glia. And glia are very teeny, teeny small cells. And what they're doing is that they're making sure that this main queen bee gets all the nutrients. And if queen bee says, I need this protein over here right now, and glial cells, yep, ma'am. And they basically bring everything in there. And she says, I really need some things to be cleaned up. And some of the glial cells come in and clean up. So the alpha-synuclein in MSA and actually tau protein in the PSP and CBD is very smart. Not only tries to kill the queen bee, it knows that queen bee by itself, is it clean? No. It's only clean because there's a village and minions to take care of her. So these proteins actually come into these other cells. and affected other cells around. Does it make sense? And so that's how it's also the disease propagates. So it is very interesting. These particulars are very interesting because, in Parkinson's disease, what you want to do is that you want to save a neuron. But in MSA and CBD and PSP, it's a little bit more complicated. You want to save a queen bee, but you also have to save the village around it. And how to do it is that's basically a very big problem for the research and clinical trials. So that's why it's a little bit slower. It's very complicated. Okay, back to my ammunition. Okay, so now you know the answer. Just to show it to you, this is our brain. This is normal brain. This is little teeny cells everywhere. If you look at the alpha-synuclein, you see that brown spot? That's alpha-synuclein. That's how it sits there, like a hoarder family. And then if you look at the PSP, you see this? You see these globs? They look like little spiders. They even give them a called thorny astrocytes. They're thorny. They're like sticking out things. And this is how this CBD looks. So it's called a plaque. But what it is a bunch of the village cells basically all affected and have all abnormal tau protein in it, and they not be able to work anymore. This is how it looks in the brain. I promise this is the least thing you're going to have to do today with science. All right, this is tau protein. Okay, so why so much emphasis on protein? Why we keep talking about the proteins, okay? Well, we talk about it because scientists believe that if we would be able to prevent abnormal protein from accumulation, we actually would be able to slow down the disease progression, or maybe find the cure, okay? So actually talking about the protein and figuring out where they are, takes a lot of research right now to really understand what parts of the brain affected, how much, where, what's happening in normal brain with it, what's happening with abnormal brain in it. So that's why so much of the talking about the protein. All right. Why don't we talk about something different, something that is very important for the families? So you talk about protein, Dr. Browner, but tell me something. Is my children will be affected, right? Isn't that the question usually? Okay, so you understand that I'm struggling with this, but I really don't want my children to struggle with this either, or anybody in my family to struggle. So that's why I put for you this slide for each of the diseases. So I'm going to start with the bottom actually with MSA. So most of the cases of MSA are sporadic. In a scientific word, what it means is that basically happening out of the blue, and there is no genetic predisposition for the next generation for MSA. Okay, so it starts with you and finishes with you. For CBD, there is no strong evidence that CBD is inherited. And also, there is no strong evidence that there is any toxins or infections that would create CBD in the patient as well. Okay? With PSP, it's a teeny bit different, just a teeny bit. The story with PSP is that most probably it's very small transmission of PSP to the children. But this transmission is kind of like increases in possibility if there is a family history of the dementia or similar symptoms, problems, okay? Why is that? Because there is, remember I told you in tau there is a frontotemporal dementia. So in that particular category, people actually happen to have it in their family, and they kind of like rise in the family. So we think that tau protein can actually connect to your genes and run in the family. But if we're talking about the increased chance, it's like this. It's most probably not more than 5%. You know what 5% chance means? It means that I walk out right now and a car will hit me. It can happen. Most probably not. Do you understand what I'm saying? So the risk of PSP is increased just a teeny bit in the next generation, but not tremendously. Do you have any questions about that? Yes. So it's a good question. So let me just repeat for everybody. Do you mind? So, so there is a patient who was diagnosed with MSA, and his mom was diagnosed with Parkinson's disease. Is that a possibility? Actually, let me show it to you how it could be a possibility. Watch me. They're all alpha-synuclein problems. So if you look, where is this slide? I'm doing something really bad. But basically, the story goes is that in MSA and in Parkinson's disease, the problem is alpha-synuclein. And so it is possible there is some kind of a genetic predisposition to have alpha-synuclein problem is in Parkinson's disease, MSA, and Lewy body dementia. So it's possible that there's something around the same relatable to alpha-synuclein gene, and that's why people have possibly Parkinson's disease and now MSA. Does it make sense? The only thing I want to warn all of you about family histories. So movement disorders as a part of neurology has been kind of picking up in 1960s. Until then, nobody known about movement disorders or these diseases at all. Okay? Every disease that we're going to talk about has been described in the 60s. Okay? And before that, even somebody was diagnosed with anything relatable or looking like, they were called Parkinson's disease or palsy, sometimes people say it in North Carolina. And so anytime that you are in your generation trying to find people in the family who had something, I want you to make sure that you be aware that it could be that they had very different diseases, the nomenclature very changed, but at that time they were just all called Parkinson's disease. Does this make sense? Okay, let's move on. So now what we're going to do is that we're going to try to talk about every single disease just a little bit. And we'll start with the multiple system atrophy, okay? So multiple system atrophy is the disease where alpha-synuclein is affected. And it's very different from all the rest of them because it starts much earlier. It starts at 50s. Do you know when Parkinson's disease usually starts? In the 60s. I usually call it Medicare age. 64, that's usually when your Parkinson's disease starts. So right away, red flag, okay, because it starts much earlier. And granted, we have Michael J. Fox, and he had Parkinson's disease starting from 29. And granted, there's a lot of people with young onset Parkinson's disease, but this is a little bit different. It's in the 50s. There are actually 3 types, okay? They call it MSAP because of the Parkinsonism, most prominent feature, which is the slowness of movement, the rigidity, possibly a little bit of a tremor. They also have MSAC, where a particular part of the brain called cerebellum is affected. This is the balance center in the back of your brain, and people have mostly imbalance. And MSAA for autonomic dysfunction, which means that your blood pressure control, your urinary control, erectile function, bowel control, this was affected. What's really interesting is that in one patient, there could be combination of 2 or 3 different types of MSA, but usually one type is kind of like prevails, alrighty? And so if you look at the people with multiple system atrophy, they have motor and non-motor symptoms. What's interesting in every single of these diseases, there is a motor and non-motor symptoms. When we talk about motor symptoms from now on, it's anything that basically challenges you in your movement. Does it make sense, right? So anything related to movement. So in multiple system of atrophy, people have Parkinsonism, like we talked about. They also have ataxia, which basically means imbalance. They have a lot of falls. They cannot coordinate their movements, and it's really hard for them to coordinate when they're using the walker. And the last but not least is dystonia, which is basically tightening of the muscles in the face or in the neck. But in addition to it, there's also non-motor symptoms. And these are autonomic system dysfunction. This is special. This system actually sits in the brain of every single person and every single animal, which is mammal. Okay? And it sits in the back of our head. And it's the one that controls our blood pressure control, our urinary control, our bowel control, without you thinking about it. When you sit down and you get up, the blood pressure drops just a little bit for a millisecond. And then your brain sends a very quick signal to say, oh, this person just got up. You need to adjust your blood pressure thingy. And blood pressure basically increases. Alrighty? And so this is done quick, without you even knowing that it's happening. If you have affected problem, what happens with multiple system atrophy, anytime they get up, Whoa, they feel woozy. Why? Because blood pressure dropped and never ever increased back, never ever corrected. Okay? The other issue what happens with us is that our breathing, we breathe and we don't even think about it. Where this is a part of the brain that is also affected in multiple system atrophy, and it basically helps you navigate your breathing and breathe without any issues. And a lot of people with multiple system atrophy during the day feel that they have trouble with breathing, and a lot of times during the night. Okay, so that's basically the issue. They also have a sleep problem, which is a REM sleep behavior disorder when people are kicking and screaming in the middle of the night, and they also have depression. Anything that you see with a star in it, these are the symptoms that actually create the worst quality of life for patients with multiple system atrophy, which means that they need to be addressed. And we treat multiple system atrophy. Actually, all of the diseases that we talk about today have some kind of treatment. Okay? The treatment is always divided into pharmacological or medication and non-pharmacological, meaning that other things that you can do. Okay? And anytime you have a symptom, you really want to understand, is there a medication I can use or is there something else I can use? And sometimes something else is actually as beneficial as medication. Okay? And so basically, you see here that for Parkinsonism, you can use L-DOPA and physical therapy. For ataxia, you can only use weighted vest, for example, and wheelchair, motorized chair. This is why we have here our exhibitors, so that would be helpful for you to show you what is available, right? And for falls, there's no really necessarily medication, but you can use a physical therapy, and then you can use a walker or a wheelchair. And for non-motor symptoms, again, it's a very busy kind of table, but what I was trying to show to you is that it's not completely something that we can't do. You know what I mean? We can change things for you. We can symptomatically help. And the issue is that even though if we know that there's a little bit of a dopamine problem, we can give you dopamine, we know that there's going to be a little sliver of symptoms that is not going to be ever improved, but we have other medications to try to improve your symptoms, okay? And then I want to show you this. In multiple system atrophy, and we will talk with Dr. Klein together, there is a lot of studies that are trying to understand if we can do something about it. And the main way how to do it is that do neuroprotection. So the queen bee and the village, how can we protect them? You can see over here there has been a big push to try a lot of different type of substances and medication to try to slow down multiple system atrophy. Some of them bled into using it for PSP and CBD. But unfortunately, you can see on the result side is that the results are not very good. This is what I'm saying. It's just kind of like they're missing the mark just a little bit. But I just want to show you this slide. You know why? So you would understand there is a humongous community outside of these walls of scientists and doctors, patients, advocates, who are pushing so hard to make this table turn around. And on the main result part, you will basically say improvement or slowing down of the disease. You understand? There's a hope out there. It really is. Okay. So to conclude about multiple system atrophy, it looks like there's 3 different types. These are 3 main symptoms over here in green that basically create the most of the disability. And you can see, because there's a breathing problem and there is falls and there is some of the dopamine dysfunction, the way you take care of people with multiple system atrophy is with building your own village. And your own village is basically has physical therapies, ear, nose, and throat specialists, speech therapists, and many, many other people, caregivers, who basically take care of somebody with multiple system atrophy. Okay, so to move on to the next diseases, again, we talked about them, and we're going to talk about together almost about progressive supranuclear palsy, that has a problem with tau protein. Okay, so progressive supranuclear palsy. First of all, 2 things to remember. This is the greatest mimic of Parkinson's disease, meaning that people with PSP will be diagnosed with Parkinson's disease for a very long time, 4 years, 5 years, okay? Very long time. And it's because PSP usually responds to dopamine really nicely in the very beginning. And that's one of the reasons we think you have Parkinson's disease. If you respond to levodopa, we think you have Parkinson's disease. I think that when I say first time the diagnosis, progressive, supranuclear palsy, people hear progressive, people hear palsy, and it's really scary. So just wanted to show you what it means. Progressive, it means what it means. There are symptoms, and they're moving forward. Supranuclear, it means that the particular part of the brain is affected. It's very hard to explain where it is, and I don't think it's very important for the purpose of this talk. And palsy, everybody thinks that they're going to be completely distraught and paralyzed and in bed. But palsy is actually something that's not moving, and what's not moving is eyes. The eyes are actually not moving up and down, and that's where the palsy comes in. So it talks about inability to move the eyes up and down. All right. So what's interesting is that early presenting signs of PSP, or when somebody would say red flag, is actually relatable to this eye movement. People have really big trouble with a blurred and double vision, and they cannot move their eyes very well, and guess what happens? They cannot drive cars. They have nicks and dicks on their cars all the time. They cannot park it. They have car accidents, which is not very common for Parkinson's disease at all. They also have slowness of movement. They fall, but they fall backwards. And they also have a lot of changes in their voice. The voice says, in Parkinson's disease, voice is very soft and goes kind of like low in the volume. And the PSP voice is very loud in the beginning and almost has this hoarseness on it. And sometimes when I was training to be a movement disorder specialist, the very old neurologist would close the door and say, listen to this, tell me what it is. And you would hear this very particular voice of PSP that has a little bit of this kind of like tendency to speak like this hoarse, and then you would say, oh, it's PSP. So it was very interesting how they trained you. So look at this. This is between Parkinson's disease and PSP differences. You see these pictures? These are classic pictures for each. Parkinson's disease is on your left, and PSP is on your right. See the difference? The PD person is forward, and PSP person is to the back, or not to the back, but basically directed back. And we think that they also do it because they cannot move their eyes, and so they're putting their head back like that so they can see everything what's going down. You have a question, sir? Progressive part of PSP, I think it's tau that basically takes over more and more parts of the brain. I think that's where the progression happens. Is that what your question was? Yes. Falls forward. So, yes, most of the time people fall back. That's very true. But you can fall forward as well. You know what I'm saying? The falling back, aside, people fall on the side as well. That's not very diagnostic. That's kind of like saying, like, it's not like neurologists will ask you, so which way do you fall? Backwards? PSP. Not how it works. Not how it works. But if you look at this, it's very interesting. They start at the same time. That's the mimicker. They also have different postures, but you know, you can be fooled. What's very interesting is this, is that in PSP, falls happen in 16 months after development of Parkinsonism. Do you want to guess how quickly it happens in Parkinson's disease? How soon people with Parkinson's disease would fall? 60 months. 16 versus 60 months. So very early fall in PSP. Very soon, within the first year or two, there will be a first fall. Whereas in Parkinson's disease, it takes solid 2, 3, 4, 5 years until the first fall happens. So very different ability to control your balance and your posture. Okay, they respond to L-DOPA. You know, here's the story. In PD, you respond very well, but in PSP, you can respond also very well. And that's how we trick people, neurologists. And after that, this response kind of like fades away. And you see that the proteins are very different. Okay, so again, in PSP also motor symptoms and non-motor symptoms. What's very interesting is that there are two major things that people with PSP have to be aware. On one side, the motor symptoms create eventually falls that create head injury and fractures. And sometimes the best treatment for PSP and their fractures and falls, you know what? Who knows the answer? Wheelchair. It's very hard to fall off your bum. Very hard to fall off your bum. So when eventually medications are not doing a very good job, and there is a lot of falls and everybody is very concerned about this, sometimes, just sometimes, using a wheelchair and sitting down in a wheelchair is beneficial because you will never fall. There is nowhere to fall. Alrighty? And you say, oh my God, the person is going to be in a wheelchair all the time? Not necessarily. What they do is that they reverse their function. You stay in a wheelchair to basically enjoy to go into the Museum of Art. And you stay in the wheelchair to enjoy to go to the holiday in the school with your grandchildren. And then you have a caregiver who basically is there to have a scheduled walk with you, which means that it's 11 a.m. Why are you sitting in a chair? Let's go. And the caregiver puts on your belt and together you walk. And so you prevent the fall because you have continuous somebody with that person. You prevent troubles with sitting in a wheelchair all the time because you have scheduled walks. Does that make sense? It just kind of like reverses what we think about when would you use a wheelchair and when would you do something else. Now, on the other side, in the motor symptoms, the main one is the swallowing issues. The main one. And that's where all the problems start, where swallowing is affected, people can have a pneumonia and problems with choking, okay? I usually say to people with PSP, you have two enemies, just two, falls and choking. If you can take care of these two, you can basically conquer the disease, alrighty? Let's look how they usually do it. They usually do it this way. You try to do L-DOPA as much as possible and look on the neuropharmacological issues. Wheelchair, 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 wheelchair. Okay? And if you look at non-motor swallowing problems, speech therapy evaluation every 6 months. Why? Well, because you can describe symptoms to your doctor as much as you want. It stops here. It goes there. I feel like it's here. I'm coughing that much. The doctor, neurologist, will not be able to understand what the story. This speech pathologist, like this. This is their bread and butter. They have all the tests to do to really understand what's happening with the swallowing and then really think about how can we change the diet, what should we do. And so you understand, you see in the mode here, operandi, village. Village. You keep building the village of people who are with you at all times. You have a question? So in regular Parkinson's, do people with regular Parkinson's have a double vision? They do. They usually happen in the later stages. Double vision is not like only for PSP. Again, see, you cannot take one symptom and say like, oh, you have this. Oh, you have false backwards. Oh, you have blurred vision or double vision. You know what I mean? It's like kind of like clinical exam. No blood work. That's us. Yes. You're wondering if a tau protein problem exists in vascular PSP. We don't know that completely, see what I'm saying? But it's a very good point. It's a very good question. Can we hold on to this? I promise I will give you time for questions. I want to finish something. Okay, sounds good. So CBDs, if I show this to you, does it remind you anything? Have you seen the symptoms before? It's a PSP-ish symptom. You see that? They also have trouble with walking. They also have trouble with dystonia. They have a jerky movement that PSP rarely has. They also have a speech and swallowing problems. They also have a cognitive impairment just like PSP. PSP is very impulsive. Okay? So it's a big issue for us, the kids or the doctors who basically have to rely on a clinical exam. There's a big debate about lumping and splitting. And I think I was here for the support group for PSP, and I was telling them I'm the biggest lumper you ever seen. uh, I kind of like put people together and I go with the flow and I try to address all the symptoms, and I don't necessarily try to split PSP versus CBD too much, because I feel that eventually on the end as a clinician, I'm going to have to address the same symptoms for both of them. Okay? But there is a very interesting coordination between PSP and CBD. Both of them have speech problems. Both of them have gait problems. Sometimes they have a dystonia, which is abnormal tone of the muscles. They have poor response to levodopa, and they progress much faster than Parkinson's disease. So it's very similar to each other. But what's interesting is that PSP is usually symmetric. Do you know the word symmetric? Means like both right and left side of the body is affected, right? Whereas CBD is usually one-sided. Like arm is not moving too much, or leg is really kind of like turning in. Okay, and for the research purposes, I think it's extremely important to split them up, because most probably there are different diseases, and we know there are different diseases, and that we know that pathologically, even though there's tau protein everywhere, they look different. But for the clinical purposes, we'll lump them together because the treatment are pretty similar to one another. This is my last slide. I just wanted to show it to you something here. So, queen bees and villages. I want to leave you with this message. Follow me along. Neurology takes care of the diseases that do not have cure. Okay, in neurology. And if you really think about it, in the medicine, we don't have cure for too many diseases. You know, the only time we have cure is, you know where? Infection. Because you take out antibiotic and you kill that bug and you're done. Okay? In neurology or in medicine, you really don't cure people from diabetes. You control it. You don't really cure people from high blood pressure. You control it. And in neurology, you don't really cure people from any disease. You control them. Okay? What's really interesting is that if you ask anybody, what is it, what kind of a terminology is this, where you come out and you help somebody and you help control the symptoms and you really ask about quality of life and you try to improve quality of life of a patient, if you want to do this term, you know what the term is in medicine? Palliation. Palliative medicine. So I am glorified palliative medicine person. I just happen to be practicing neurology and brain. All right? And palliative medicine has a very particular trajectory when they take care of the person. And the principles of it apply to immunological diseases and so more so to neurodegenerative diseases that we are talking about here. And the principles are such that it's principle of patient-centered care, meaning by asking the patient and care partner what is the most important for them, and also trying to achieve the best quality of time you can achieve for a person. And how do they do that? Well, if you see this continuum, basically, there's an insidious start of the symptoms, and then there's a diagnosis eventually of Parkinson's plus. And you can tell that these two squares are so close to each other, but we just talked about it, maybe it's spread out so big far away. And then after that, we start symptomatic treatment with medications, but we also start building a little village of our professionals. And this is when we involve physical therapists, because it's very hard to decide what kind of walker should I use, what kind of wheelchair do I use, and it's very hard to decide how much of the swallowing give me trouble, how much driving a person should do. Driving is a occupational therapist, swallowing is a speech therapist, so that's why they are there. You also have a care partner, a person who is always there, so you need to understand social economic problems or challenges of that family to really address the symptoms not only inside the patient but for the family as well. And as one of my patients told me, he doesn't have PSP. We have PSP. Does it make sense, right? And so you start building the village, and as you build the village, what you really want to do is understand what is your loved one want. What is going to be that quality of life for them? There's a lot of conversation about quality of life, but for some, watching TV and eating French fries and seeing Yankees or Mets winning or losing is the quality of life. Whereas my father, for example, told me, that's not what I want to do. I'm either active and I'm able to contribute to your children, or we're done. Do you understand me? And that's called advanced care directives. This is how they start. You start talking about this, trying to understand what is happening, what we want to do, should something come to the point where we have to make a big decision. And then you also build the village of support. And village of support is not just you and not just your partner, but it's actually all the PTOT speech specialists and the doctors and caregivers. Caregivers. You hire people. You find people. You find elder law people. You find home health care agencies. These people who are on the side of this room, they're the village people. They're here with the purpose of create your village. And it's a part of the continuum of care. And eventually what happens is that you apply the last but very important step of palliative care, which is called hospice. And everybody thinks about hospice, that's it, pooped, done, no more, end of life. But the story with hospice is that they actually come in and all they ask about quality of life. They don't withdraw anything from you. They don't let you go to your doctor. They don't want to do things for you. They actually provide services. They take care of all of your medications for free. They actually come to your house and assess everything and bring all the resources, and they create support for the care partners. They create support for the care partners even after a person with a disease is already gone. And so I want to leave you with that thought. I don't know how happy it is, but I think it feels that you have a control of the situation, that this is the continuum, and every single step of this continuum is very important. If you look at it and you feel like you're missing a step, maybe if we can remember one thing from this conference is maybe it's good to go back and find that one step and build on it and do it. That's why you have all these people around who help you with every single step. All right, that's all.
Thank you, Dr. Browner. A couple more housekeeping things. I've actually switched up the agenda a little bit that you all have so that you have more time during this break to explore the exhibitors, because many of them are actually going to leave after lunch. So what we're going to do now is have a 15-minute break where you can go to the bathroom, check out the exhibitors. I also forgot to mention that all the toilet water here is blue, and they wanted me to tell you that is normal.
Go UNC or Duke?
It's more like Duke blue.
Oh!
now Alex Klein and Dr. Browner will be here as well. They're going to talk about clinical trials for the next half hour, and then we will break for lunch. I promise you we are aware of the hotness that is this room, and I've been assured that a gentleman named Carlos is coming to turn on the air. So we will all be patient waiting for Carlos. Dr. Klein.
All right. So I'm on? Yes, I am. So Dr. Browner is the expert, the hands-on expert for clinical trials. I'm a neuroscientist. I'm more in the preclinical, in the discovery phase. I was working when I was still in the lab. But we felt that you need a little bit of, education maybe, or hands-on tools to really understand when you go online, when you listen in the media about clinical trials. What does that actually mean? Where do we go? Why does it take so long? And also, I have a few slides, mind-boggling. Why is it so expensive? That's also, part of the frustration we share with you, because we would love to have more trials going on. Perfect. So here we are. If you look at this list, it says preclinical on the top, then phase 0, which not many people use, but I just put it in there because you will find it in some instances. And then we have phase 1, 2, 3, and phase 4, which is the post-approval. So once we have a drug, we need to make sure that actually we did everything correct during the clinical trials, and that there is no long-term effect, negative effect of this drug. So I'm just going through this and just throw it out there because you may read this, that there are these acronyms. If you go to phase 1, FIH, first in human, phase 2, proof of concept, POC, and then phase 3, proof of efficacy, POE. And if you talk to the pharma crowd, that's how they basically talk, only in acronyms. So it's very hard to understand, and so we thought we just put it out there that you really understand what we're talking about. If we go to preclinical, and also maybe we should make another definition of terms. The slide said before, it said drug development, but there's also another term, technical term, is called drug discovery. So drug discovery is actually more or less on the preclinical side. This is when we go out there and do this fishing expedition and say, okay, wow, let's look for a new mechanism, new pathology, new drug, you name it. And once we're beyond that, then we do drug development. And this is unfortunately very small now, this screen. So you see here on the left where it says potential new medicines. You see this kind of funnel-like. So we have literally thousands and thousands of compounds, chemical molecules, things that we believe in the lab can actually make a change in the disease. And then we have our standard routines. We test them. We test them in a petri dish, in laboratory conditions, in animals. And then we slowly migrate towards, we're going down the funnel and we think, okay, well, that one didn't work. That one didn't work either. So we narrow it down to a few hundred, from a few hundred to 10 maybe. And then we go even further down. That's then when we decide, okay, it's worth going into a clinical trial. And then you have to apply to the FDA. And this is also another very frequently used term. It's called IND, Investigational New Drug. With that investigational new drug, you actually start a clinical trial. Clinical trials then are split into 3 phases. To make it really simple, because again, there's a lot of talk about, you will hear phase 2A, 1, 2, people also really make up new terms. But what you can actually really bring it down to is the number of volunteers in those clinical trials. We go from tens to hundreds to thousands. And that's actually now the thing that makes CBD, PSP, and MSA suddenly attractive to pharma companies. Because this scheme up here is for a regular drug, any cancer, you name it. And they require, the FDA will require in phase 3 thousands of patients and controls, healthy volunteers. Obviously, I know the number very precisely for PSP, it's only 20,000 in the US. If we require 20,000, we almost have half or a quarter of the population. The PSP population in the US has to participate in a clinical trial, and that's been only one trial. Fortunately, we are in the situation that we have actually multiple approaches. So you understand now the simple math, we don't have enough patients. I think about 15 years ago or 20 years ago almost, people at the FDA and Congress came up with a really smart idea. It's called the Orphan Drug Act. Any disease in the US with less than 200,000 patients is considered to be an orphan disease. Different name for that is also rare disease. Those diseases will then be accepted as an orphan disease. Once you have passed that hurdle, your measurements, your outcome measurements, your how you have to conduct the clinical trial will be modified to less people. You have, as a company, you have a fast-track application process. And you have, after that, beyond that, imagine you have developed a drug for a rare disease. You receive exclusivity in that space. That's also in terms of revenue, very important to pharma companies. And now, from Dr. Browner, you have also heard, really interestingly, all the overlap between those diseases. And for pharma, it has always been, well, for us, let me put it out, let's start differently. For us, it has always been a problem. How can we have a drug in a rare disease, and now I'm speaking from a business point of view, that is not interesting for pharma? And I'm not blaming pharma because they have to, they have employees, they have to make sure that everybody gets paid at the end of the month. So they really have to look for diseases that would guarantee more revenue. Now, interestingly, with these Orphan Drug Acts and the overlap between Parkinson's disease and Alzheimer's disease, suddenly we have not only our cohort of patients, but we have 5.5 million Alzheimer's disease patients and 1 million Parkinson's disease patients. Now we're talking. And if we develop a therapy that would target tau, and at the same time we could go into an Alzheimer's patient and use this drug against tau that contributes to the symptoms in an Alzheimer's disease patient, it's very attractive. And then think about that. You get exclusivity as a pharma company in that space. You have development costs much less because we're now talking about, we were actually part of a clinical trial. CurePSP is helping with recruitment. And we're down to 350 patients. And that would be acceptable for the FDA to actually accept this as a working drug. And we're not talking about thousands. Mind you, 350 patients is also very difficult because, you guys live spread out the country. We know that mobility is a problem. If etc., etc. So that's actually basically from me. Yeah. Or you want to say?
Sure. So to summarize, basically, do you know where would you check on the trials? Do you know the website where all the trials are usually posted? No. Okay, that's very important. You do. Good. Clinicaltrials.gov. That's actually a website that you can put in your search engine of choice, and this is run by NIH. So any trial that a principal investigator would like to perform at the United States, you cannot do it until it's basically posted on a website on clinicaltrials.org. In the clinicaltrials.org, you actually have a little kind of like search button where you can put in there your diagnosis. You can put PSP, you can put MSA, you can put CVD, whatever you would prefer, and you'll see a lot of trials coming in front of you, one by one by one. Some of them are going to be marked red. That means that they are not recruited anymore. And some of them are going to be marked green. That means that, yes, they are recruited right now. If you click on these green markings, you can actually read through what's happening. Most of the time, the trials are either phase 2, and some of them are phase 3. What is a phase 2? Phase 2 is that there hasn't been done safety trials for the human being. Usually the trial is going to be teeny small, up to maybe 20 patients or even less. And the main question in that trial will be, is it safe to use this particular medication or molecule in a human being? Alrighty? If you see that it says phase 3, that means that the safety has been passed. That means that these 20 people survived. And that we moved on to the next phase where we're trying to find more patients to try to apply the same medications to more and more patients. Okay? And as Dr. Klein mentioned to you, because the diseases we talk about are very rare, it's not uncommon to enroll a smaller amount of patients in this trial of phase 3. We're talking about maybe 100 or 200. Okay? Now, in the United States, there's something that's called movement disorder centers. There's also a PSP study group, for example, or there is MSA coalition group. And there are particular centers that always participate in the trials. They basically have not only principal investigator who's there, but what's called a nurse navigator. That's the first person you would talk to. And the nurse navigators are very good in asking you questions, even on the phone, to try to really understand, are you going to be qualifying for this trial or not? And it may be that the center is in Washington, D.C. It may be that it's center in San Diego. It may be that this person is in Chicago. And the idea usually with these trials is that most of the time they would like people to come. They usually have the support, and you are welcome to ask. And you should ask whether they will help you with your travel and whether they will help you with your, with your anything that you need, transportation means and so on and so forth. Why participate in a trial? Why? Can you answer that question? Maybe you'll be better off. Maybe this medication or that whatever they're using will make your loved one better. That's one way to think about why would you participate in a trial. Well, why else would you participate in a trial? So, altruistic, meaning that I want to contribute to research. It may not work for me well, but me being there, knowing that it's such a rare disease, will basically contribute to the whole community of people. And you're actually looking at the community of people right now, so this is actually the people in the room that you could influence and could help. That's very true. What else do you think? Why else would people participate in a trial? Huh? Yes, that's very good. That's a very good point. Having a regular medical checkup. If the clinical trial is very close by you, most of the time the clinical trials is run by specialists, usually movement disorder specialists. And usually they have an infrastructure where they have a nurse practitioner, nurse coordinator, a social worker who talks to you. And you end up having yet another village, yet another family who you can call and ask questions, and they usually have a lot of suggestions for you. And it's really very good. Why would you not be in a trial? And fear. And it's a very normal human reaction, especially in a phase 2 trial. It's really scary to jump into something and say, I will do it. You see what I'm saying? Even though I will be the first human that you will try it on. And then fear is a very normal reaction. That's very true. Why else people would not participate? Yes. Yeah, sometimes they actually will exclude you. So just having a diagnosis of blah, 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 whatever you put in the search engine, may not be why they use you in a trial. It could be that you have to take a medication for blood pressure control or diabetes, or you are on, I don't know, on medications that are blood thinners, and you cannot be taking this particular medication in this trial because there's going to be some interaction. Very good. What else? Location. Yeah, it's very hard to go somewhere. And so now you can fly to Chicago or San Diego, maybe once, but not if this trial asks you to come there every 6 weeks, for example, right? The other thing that I've heard from my patients also is that, I think that I don't want to get the placebo, okay? And you do understand what placebo means, right? This is basically something that looks like a real drug. And do you have a placebo in the phase 2 trial? Yes. And phase 3, yes. So any trials we talk about are usually what's called randomized, right? They're always going to create randomization where people will be blinded and they will not know who you are. And you will not be blind, you will not know who you are. It's called double-blinded trial. That's usually how it's done. So neither the patient nor the doctor know what group they are in. And you will be given a pill, or you will be given a injection, they will be given a infusion, and nobody knows what's going to be in that infusion, but it's going to be drug, active drug, it's going to be something that looks like your active drug, but basically is a normal saline, which is like a water that you have usually in your body, right? They don't give you anything else, strangely. Right, so a lot of patients say like, I don't know. So that's one thing. The second thing is to figure out is this, I think it's very important to understand what is this trial is about, okay? When you start clicking on these different things, you have to understand some of them are not, I'm asking for people, say, for this multiple system atrophy, but until Nocera was approved, this is the medication for orthostatic hypotension, of drop of the blood pressure. They actually were not doing anything for other symptoms except for the blood pressure control. Do you understand? And so the trial, even though calls for somebody with PSP, but they may be looking at the very particular symptoms to improve. Okay? And if this symptom is not necessarily something that you A have or B is important to you, then knowing all the cons of the trial, you may not want to participate. Okay? Yes. You've heard that sometimes the medication works during the trial, but then when the trial finishes, they never ever give you the medication. Well, actually, it's rarer, this situation. The more common situation is that if you were in the trial, okay, it's usually for phase 3 trials, really. It's basically when you have a big cohort of patients. And what happens is that you eventually finish with your study. When the 3 finishes with the study, you know what they do next? They submit all of this with FDA because they're ready to go on the market. They show that, look, people improve. Most of the time, these patients have what's called compassionate use of medication, or basically they continue on the medicine in the trial because they were so good, they gave so much, and if they were on placebo, they switched on the regular medicine, and if they were on regular medicine, they continue with the same dose of regular medicine. That's the most common practice. And actually, I would be surprised to know that somebody would not do that. I think it's actually what you're supposed to be doing. All right, very good. Question. Right. So you were talking about UNC. You're talking about AbbVie trial? Right. So it kind of links so close to us. So UNC or Duke University or some other big institutions will sometimes run the trials that are actually only there for that center. And these trials could be part of the big network of trials, or they could be just only for that center. You just have to figure out what it is and what needs to be done. And some of the drugs are there to maintain your function. That's exactly right. Now, when you go to the trial, what's the most important thing that you have to make sure you sign? Consent. Do you know what consent is? Oh, yeah? What is it? Right, so you protect your name, you agree with what's doing, but what else is in consent? What's the most important? You can stop anytime you want, okay? And this consent is for who? What is it for? Is it for the PI or principal investigator, or if it's for you? It's for you, it's for your patient. There are two principles that are very important, and you cannot do a single research trial in anywhere in the world. There are two very important points here. Is that A, the patient can make their own decision, or sometimes the autonomous patient be independent, right? So basically, you can stop and start, and you can say no today, and you can think about it, and then sign the next day. Nobody can pressure you to make any of the decisions. The second thing to share is that any trial that I offer as a doctor should really not harm you. Well, I should have significant evidence that if anything, no harm will come to you. So when you say phase 2 and you're scared about it, I just want to explain to you that this phase 2 would never happen. Not going to be approved by a particular review board in any institution if there is any evidence that it's going to harm you. So maximum what's going to happen to that drug is it's going to be working or not working. It not be harming you. Does it make sense? So that's very, very important. Two principles. So consent is basically a paper that's written for you. It should be written as very simple language. The language that you understand. The language that you can actually tell to your neighbor, hey, I'm going to this study, and blah, 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 blah study does for me. And this language has to be very easy to transport it, and there should be no lingo at all. And then you sign and you keep the copy. That's very important when you do any research trial to have a consent. If somebody involves you in something without consent, run. Just run.
Thank you. I would just like to emphasize now, I'm putting my CurePSP hat on, and the phone calls I get. And I think you mentioned two really, really, really important things. Clinicaltrials.gov is a horrible website. I don't sometimes understand it. I don't know who was the designer. I don't know who made it. I don't know what they were thinking when they created it. But this is the only place in the US where, and I just want to make that sure because I get these phone calls. Can we do this? Can I take something? Can I do X, Y, Z? What helps, right? Well, and my question is, have you done your research? Is it on clinicaltrials.gov? Because even though I know it's painful and some pharma people will disagree with me, the current system, as we have it right now with the FDA, and that what you were just saying, referencing to it, with the consent, Dr. Brown has said, I, as the investigator, do I have enough evidence that I will not harm you? So it's also a liability thing, really, literally from this very doctor, not only from the sponsor, right? So then we have to make sure and prove that everything is well documented. And clinicaltrials.gov and the current system really guarantee that. And I'm actually quite excited about this. And what we try to do right now at CurePSP is we provide a list in lay language with the clinical trials in PSP, CVD, and MSA. That will help and to understand, and we can forward you to those trials. And then I had one mission when I came here. I really wanted you to hear that from me because the most common question I receive in terms of clinical trials is, oh, I read something about stem cells and it's $20,000 here, should I do it? And in my research life, I was actually a stem cell researcher. I did the stem cell transplantations. When I say stem cells, I simplify in this case. I use fetal cells from legally aborted fetuses. We're talking human right now. It's ethically extremely controversial. And I needed, per Parkinson's disease patient, I needed 5 fetuses to fill, so to speak, one hemisphere. I'm giving you these numbers and kind of trying to actively shock you a little bit to see that this is very controversial. And there is not a single stem cell therapy out there that has been approved. So whoever tries to convince you by footage, you will see this before and after videos. I guarantee you that. If I type that in, Manhattan, my location, and stem cell therapy, I think I get 5 clinics who would do it. I get very angry about this. This is playing with your hope and with your emotions and with your wallet. It's extremely expensive. No healthcare insurance will ever cover that. And you know what? They're all not listed on clinicaltrials.gov or have never been. And another indicator is actually that this is not working, because if you look at the diseases, the indications of those stem cell therapies, basically everything. Gut diseases, cancer, brain, you name it, and they can rescue everybody. So, when you see things like this, call me. I'm here to guide you through. Most probably you will hear no from me. As soon as it's on clinicaltrials.gov, this makes me comfortable to say, you know what? Here is the telephone number you should call. And then you take it from there. And I feel confident to forward you to this trial. And I think that's very important. In a way, it makes it also easier for you, because I know you're frustrated about the landscape of therapeutic options. And believe me, if I could, I would work 25 hours a day to find a cure. So that's actually my important message now as CurePSP, that really there is a lot of hope out there, and there are a lot of clinical trials out there. Actually, there are really a lot of clinical trials out there. So many that what I was saying at the beginning, it's actually kind of a funny situation for us. We really have to want more patients to participate. We have to find and identify more. You know, our reach to patients has to be bigger. That means, you know, we have always a percentage of around 10% of every disease population is actually, only participating in clinical trials. 5 or 10% of 5 million, a different number than 20,000 in PSP. So that's also my key message, that please enroll if you can, be part of the next generation of therapies, which is also, I think, a beautiful, beautiful legacy of a lot of suffering you go through.
My last point is also that, remember how we talked about that the disease started at 60s, but they actually named them and tried to figure out that they're different and so on and so forth. If you compare to when the diseases were discovered to where we are right now, how much we know, and in a scientific word, it's a leaps and bounds. It's a leaps and bounds. You know, these are very complicated brain diseases, very complicated mechanisms. There's not only one problem, there's 2, 3 different things influences everything. And so my message is that there is a lot of research going on, and it's moving leaps and bounds forward. This is very, very good for all of us. What I would join Dr. Klein with is that to try to participate in trials, use your judgment, and really talk to your neurologist as well that you trust to really run by them whether this trial would be beneficial, would it be worth to do, and also ask your family, can I do this? Can we do that? Can we travel? Can we get there? Because remember, the most important is still quality of life of the patient with the disease, and we don't want to follow something that will create more problems compared to really taking care of a person. I've had patients who traveled miles and miles and participate in the study groups and round tables and given their time and their energy to explain what is needed for people with Parkinson's disease, had patients who never done a clinical trial and will never ever consider doing it. And you know what? It's fine. It is absolutely fine. And you have to work what's best for you and for your family. And just to know, there is outside of this wall, there are people out there who are constantly working and trying to figure it out. There is hope out there. There is really hope. Yeah. Right, so this is exactly the question. The question basically, I understand no harm in phase 2, but then there's also side effects, which is like, no, that will happen if you take this medication. How would you navigate that? Well, that's exactly, there's inclusion and exclusion criteria. So they actually look at exclusion criteria usually written either to create the patient population a little bit more clean, or because this medication will interfere with something with your disease. That's how the harm is actually there. The second, what they do is that it's basically decision making like you take any medication. Whatever is in the trial or whatever the doctor in front of you gives you, you always have to think about, would I go with the side effects? And with the side effects versus the benefits, what would be the balance? Always. You know, it's a decision that you want to take yourself and with your doctor as well. And so, yes, in phase 2, they actually spell out all the side effects to you in that consent. And that's why there's so many visits and so many nurse navigators, because that's exactly what their job is to double check and ask you, and there's a permanent side effect to stop the medicine. All right, we are finished. If you have more questions, Dr. Klein is here, I'm here. You can always come and privately ask us about all different trials out there. And we are moving on to food.
So we're going to take about a half hour now. During that time, you don't feel like you need to eat your food. Can I have some of our volunteer caregivers up here really quick? Can you grab some paper towels or something in the back? Pretty please. Okay, we're going to get started. Are you ready to keep learning? Are you ready? You should be awake now. Or sleepy. Woo! Okay, there's a lot of people still talking. I don't want to put us too far behind. Yeah. This is also for questions. Okay, we're going to get started. And before we do, I'll make another announcement that, you guys, we're going to get started now. Is that okay? Please? Yes, okay. All right, so we're going to start now, and you keep munching, please. Another thing that someone just told me, at the CurePSP table, there are some flyers for the only, please, excuse me, hey, there's a lot of talking. Okay, ooh, I feel so powerful right now. Thank you. Okay, so also at the CurePSP table, there's actually a support group here. Here it's in the building, which is why we decided to come here as our venue. The only support group in North Carolina for atypical Parkinsonism syndrome. We have it's once a month. We have people come from all over the state, if that's something you're able to do. So When you go check out CurePSP as well as the silent auction back there, grab a flyer for the support group. At the very least, you can get on the email listserv so you can get some of the information. So what we have now is a multidisciplinary team of rehabilitation specialists, physical, occupational, and speech therapists. They're all specialized in Parkinson's, but as well as Parkinsonism. So they've done a lot of research on MSA, PSP, and CBD. And they're here to tell you what they see from their perspective are some of the biggest symptoms from their different perspectives, as well as how speech, occupational, and physical therapy can help you with the atypical Parkinsonism. So thank you all for being here. And what we're going to do is they're each going to tell you a little bit, and then we're going to open it up to questions and answers from you. And while they're talking, I'm going to go around and give out some of their handouts that they made for you.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. I'm Nina Dedamaso. I'm a physical therapist, and I work at Rex UNC Healthcare. I'm at the outpatient facility in Raleigh. We have a multidisciplinary team there, occupational, speech, and physical therapy, that work with our patients. As a physical therapist, the things that I work with are the issues associated with movement and mobility, so things like walking, transferring, or getting from one position to another, and balance, okay? Some of the things that we use to address those issues are things like range of motion, flexibility and stretching exercises, strengthening exercises, endurance exercises, assessment for assistive devices, how to use those assistive devices, gait training, kind of whatever you are struggling with. So the first thing that I do when I meet somebody is I assess them, do some testing, what do I see is going on, and then you as the patient and the care partner tell me what's your primary concerns, what are you struggling with, and then the group, patient, care partner, and therapist, figure out a way to mitigate those symptoms. How can we make you as functional as possible, keeping you as safe as possible? So we develop a plan of care, okay? And then you come in and see me, and we do the training. All right? And I guess we're going to save questions for last. So I'm going to pass it on to Nancy.
Hi, I'm Nancy Wolf. I'm an occupational therapist. I'm also part of the Parkinson's and Parkinson Plus team in Raleigh at UNC Rex, the outpatient rehab. Very similar to what Nina said. Something I'll add on is something that's unique to our program is the therapist meet every week. So we get to collaborate and give each other ideas, or share something that the person we're working with has told us one therapist, but maybe not another, so that it is truly a team approach, including the person with Parkinson's, MSA, PSP, CBD, and their family members, or even hired caregivers. Specific to me as an occupational therapist, the things I'm looking at are any task you do in a day to take care of yourself or to take care of your environment. Louder? Okay. So it could be something as basic as bathing, dressing, toileting, feeding yourself. But it can also be areas of interest, like hobbies that you want to continue being a part of at some level, or developing new hobbies because the previous ones are not a possibility for you now. So, and then also taking care of your environment. So if you're still interested in gardening or yard work in some capacity, any household chores, any roles you would have in that way. And occupational therapists will help you with, similar tools as PT, range of motion, strengthening, to actually make the skill better. Or we have devices like things that help with buttoning, making tying shoes easier, accessing parts of your body, getting socks on and off, things like that. We would teach you how to use those tools. And then again, sometimes we will have hired caregivers or care partners or family members come in and they will learn from us what is the best way to be helpful. That's it.
Hi, my name is Susan Keiderling. I'm a speech-language pathologist over off of Fordham Boulevard, right down the street. I'm part of the Parkinson's clinic over there, as well as the Parkinson's plus syndromes. How many of you all have gotten speech therapy before? Okay. So many of you probably already know what a speech therapist does in general. But for those of you all that don't know, we work on cognition, speech, and swallowing. So with Parkinson's plus syndromes, a lot of times we'll start out with kind of the normal therapeutic approach of talking louder, making sure that your muscles are staying as strong as they can. But in later stages, we're working a lot on compensatory strategies. So that may mean in speech that you're making things a little bit more simple. It might mean keeping your Do you all need any help back there? So what that might mean is keeping questions simple and to the point, simplifying the information that you're giving your loved one. So instead of giving them a multi-step direction, breaking it down into the bottom line kind of details. Setting up routines in the household so you can get into a rhythm. Modifying the house to have things accessible for your loved one. That way, if there's any impulsivity or decreased safety awareness, that access around the house can be a little bit better. Other things that you can do with swallowing are going to be more compensatory as well. So making sure that food is cut up beforehand, maybe placing a fork or knife down in between bites as much as possible, so that's giving somebody a chance to chew and swallow before adding another bite. Alternating liquids and solids can be really helpful and slow somebody down. A lot of times with Parkinson's plus and swallowing, the problem isn't motoric, it's more rate and decreased awareness. So you might get a lot of shoveling, so too much food in your mouth at one time. And like any of us know, that's a choking hazard for any of us, so that goes the same for all of our loved ones here. Getting rid of straws can sometimes be very helpful. We want to make these small functional changes that make your life simpler and make everyone's lives safer and better quality for as long as we can. And that being said, I'm sure there's a lot of specific questions, but that's kind of the general gist of what we do in speech pathology. So let's go ahead and open up the floor to questions, and that can be for myself, Nancy. There's questions already.
He's had sessions that you would give for swallowing, but his problem is sudden coughing, sneezing, spells. As soon as the food is in front of him, it starts at him. I don't know what to do to keep him from Anything is coughing.
Is it when before he's eating? No, well. Isn't that just it? So the question is made predominantly with milk and cereal. Is it milk, like the spoon? Okay. What that might be is a mixed consistency problem. So you're handling a liquid and a solid at the same time. So it's harder to manipulate that in your mouth. Some things that you can do is a simple chin tuck when you're swallowing, because that'll keep everything forward. Gravity will keep everything forward. And then count to 3, swallow as hard and fast as you can, and that'll get everything propelled backwards and hopefully decrease that problem. Or you can drain your spoon of some of the milk, and that might make it a little bit easier too, because then it's not so hard to manage both consistencies at the same time.
Is this something that you would need to initiate an evaluation, an order from your physician, or is this something the patient, like the family, can just call and schedule? How does that work with you?
A lot of that is driven by your insurance. If your insurance needs a referral from a physician, or sometimes the facility, often if it's part of a hospital, that'll be their policy that you need to come in with a referral. In general, I would say it's good to have your physician involved and that they know what you are coming to do.
Now, my dad is on hospice, so that would be something that we could, I guess, have him maybe work through his physician with the hospice.
Is that through at-home hospice or? Okay. Yeah, you would probably go through home care for that to happen.
This is for the speech therapist. Could you suggest some cup, a special cup for my husband? Because, when he drinks this cup, he swallows too much.
Mm-hmm.
I know there are some special cups available where just those small sips.
Mm-hmm.
Where do I find it, and what is the name?
Let me pull up some websites for you. Medical supply companies will have them, and a lot of times you don't even need anything fancy. You can just go and get like a coffee cup with a lid with a small hole, and it'll prevent enough liquid coming out that it's a choking hazard. So you might want to go low tech before you get something a little bit more pricey.
One question for the CT guys. Do you have any special program? I know my husband was involved in a big program, they call it. Mm-hmm. But he exercises only when you tell him to do certain things, but not on his own.
Yeah.
What else do you have besides the big program, and that will be all?
Yeah, so that is very common. People come and see us and we get them started on a program, whatever it is, the big program, maybe something else. And everything's going great and they're doing good and they're consistent, and then they go home and, where's the love? They lose the love. It's not uncommon. I really try to encourage my people to get involved in some sort of activity, meaning gym, senior classes at a senior center, the Rock Steady programs, okay, the senior community centers. I want the patients doing the exercises or the programs that I have designed specifically because they are addressing specific problems, but I also just want them moving and getting out. And when they're at home by themselves or, in the comfort and the TV and they don't want to do much. So I really encourage participation in some sort of community program to help keep that stimulus flowing. Did that answer the question, sort of? Yeah. There's no magic pill for that, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. On that same note, sometimes an exercise program that's been prescribed to you was appropriate for that time, and months later, you may be ready, or weeks later, you may be ready for something more aggressive, or you might need something toned down. But programs, home programs, whether they're exercise or something else, recommendations, often need updating if you have something that is consistently going on for you. So that would be a reason to come back to see your therapist. She's going to give you a microphone.
Can you hear me? I ran into a problem with the wheelchair I use. The fairly expensive I should have had that ordered because I may attack them very bad. So I can't do computer or anything where I have to put things in a special order, but you can't give it back to my care.
So you're saying the wheelchair no longer works for you? Is that what you're saying? Yeah. You're having trouble steering it? Is that what you're saying? Yeah. So you can sometimes meet with I don't know your particular situation, but sometimes you can meet with a vendor and they can change the sensitivity on the steering apparatus, on the piece, to make it less.
Right. They won't take it back, and you're a certain period of time before you're eligible for another one, right, is what you're saying? Yeah. So the best recommendation is trying to get what you have modified to fit your needs, and that would be from a wheelchair vendor, somebody who knows the equipment and has the ability to help you with that.
Yeah. Anything else? I'm curious, was the therapist involved in fitting you for the wheelchair? Yeah.
The doctor recommended it?
Yeah. After the speech he did. It just happened.
I recently took a swallowing test from a speech doctor, and he said that his experience with Parkinson's Plus patients is that speech therapy is not that effective. I was interested in your specifically PSP.
Susan, for the speech therapist, and actually, most probably, if you want to expand it for all of the OT and occupational therapy and physical therapy, so a lot of patients, when they go see a physician, for a physician, it usually say, this is the diagnosis, and if they would be referring you to the allied health, usually what they tell patients that you can go do this, but it's most probably not going to be very effective. Okay? And so, is it effective? Can we make it effective, especially for PSP patients?
I think that with the PSP patients, it can be very, very effective with the thought that we're working on compensatory strategies. So we're not going to work on getting your muscles back to where they were before your diagnosis, But what we can give you is strategies to make your home safer, to make your swallow safer, to make communication better between the person with PSP and their care partners, because quality of life is really what we're working on, especially in later stages.
Do you want to take it over for the physical therapy and occupational therapy?
Yep, and that's the same thing with us also. You know, it depends on what stage you're in. In the earlier stages, we are trying to preserve independence and function, and as the disease progresses, we're making modifications. We're doing more compensatory, but we're trying to keep you as mobile as possible and safe as possible. And sometimes you need that intervention from a therapist to recognize maybe something that's changing that you're not recognizing, or a problem that's developing that you need to address sooner rather than later.
Okay, very good. Anything occupational therapy the same?
Yeah, I really feel like what the therapist has with you is time, where we can see you once, twice a week, and we can sit there with you and really listen to what it is you want to be able to do, you and your family members, whoever's involved. What is it that's really missing for you? What are you struggling with? What is stressful? We really have the time to sit there and make it unique, as opposed to this is what we're going to do for PSP or whatever. It's really about what are you struggling with and what do you want to be able to do. You may be struggling with something you don't give a hoot about doing, and so we'll focus on something else. So I really think it's about the face-to-face time where we can really prescribe it to you and what is working for you in this moment, in this few months, and then we change it the next few months, if need be.
And can I just add from the physician perspective, a lot of physicians who are very well trained and seeing people with MSA or PSP or CBD, they are focusing on a very particular part of the symptoms, you know, the clinical symptoms, the medications, the side effects, and so on and so forth. It is usually very refreshing to see somebody who actually will ask you what your quality of life is, what would you want to do, do you like fishing, when's the last time you went fishing, and this kind of questions. But they may not be able to do that because there's other symptoms that need to be addressed and are very, very important. The beauty of the multidisciplinary approach or interdisciplinary approach when you have the village is that these other members of the team, they're actually giving you also this time, and usually they're well trained in the diseases that we're talking about, including Parkinson's disease, Parkinson's syndrome. So what they're doing is actually they're sharing their experience with you, and they're sending out to you tips and tricks that other patients taught them. So many times I say that when you go see the specialists like this, or you see physical therapists, occupational therapists, speech therapists, they're not only telling you what they know, they're almost like a vessels of information from the previous patient that they've done. And it's become invaluable. It's something that is very hard to find just in the regular doctor's office. Does it make sense? Which also brings me to the next point, is that you gotta create the village. I mean, this is what we're trying to show it to you here, is that you try to understand the disease, and after that you create a bunch of people who are your co-partners in crime, who will understand when you're crying, and who will understand when you're laughing, and who will listen, exactly to what needs to be done for you at this moment. Does this make sense? Okay, very good. Okay. Anybody has any other questions? Go.
It's just a quick tip that it was kind of an accidental, wonderful tool for quality of life with Mark. One of our friends gave us an Amazon Echo, and there's also a smaller version of that, but just because of to enhance quality of life, so things like those of you that are not familiar with it, it's a tube, it's cloud-based, it's a virtual assistant, but because of problems with vision, now we can do downloaded books, Audible books, We can cue up music with that. There's a whole mindfulness series. Like, so if Mark has trouble sleeping, we can stream, relaxing sounds, and it just goes on and on. Interactive ways to interact with news, information, and so on. So we didn't expect it to be a quality of life enhancer, but it has been. So if any of you want to explore that as an option.
I have a question. You have a question too? I have a question, and then I come to you. How many times a year a person with disease like a PSP or MSI should see you as a specialist?
So our program is set up every 6 months. However, it's as needed, basically, is what happens. Some people need more support, and we're seeing them every 3 months or so. So it's need-based on generally every 6 months, so that we're staying on top of any changes.
Perfect. And every 6 months, your insurance will cover every 6 months appointment, so there should be no problem whatsoever. So Medicare or any other major insurances, they basically will not care if you had an evaluation by speech, PT, or T before 6 months ago. Every 6 months, it's going to be like a new evaluation, and you can actually go through it and do it again. It's going to be just a regular call pay that you always would do. Okay, great. We have another question.
Okay, my question is actually to you. He just got diagnosed, and he found out in March. The same aspect is what I'm trying to start to get together, but we have to go through VA. I'm having a difficult time. I need some advice how I can get my football team together now.
So the question is about how to do it in the VA system. So in the VA system or any other system that people are assigned to, sometimes you have like long-term care facilities that you also have have to put your team together and whatnot. I think one way to do it is most probably to have a physician, because a physician is the one who writes the prescriptions. And in the VA system, you need to have a physician who writes prescriptions. Okay? None of the referrals to PT or to speech, it's for everybody to understand, can be done without a prescription. So anytime you're thinking about building a village, the physician, MD, could be a primary care provider, could be a neurologist, whoever you have a very good, coordination of effort with, should be there because you need a prescription. Now, number one. Number two, what you want to do is this. When you ask about PTOT and speech therapists, you need to ask a very interesting question. Do they do anything with the brain? Because there are physical therapists out of there who take care of the lower back pain and joints and orthopedic issues. And unfortunately, the way they think about moving and walking and doing things is a little bit different compared to physical therapists who think about neurological conditions in brain. And even if you don't do it, they don't know what we're talking about, say stroke rehabilitation. Because it's as close as you can get. Okay? And if you kind of like say this buzzword, I'm looking for, and you can correct me anytime, I'm looking for a clinician, a allied health professional who takes care of a stroke rehabilitation, suddenly everything will click together. Okay, so that's how you would find these people. And the last but not least is to build a village. The next thing is this. You need to understand that care partnering is very tough. And even if you already have a very big family who's already is kind of like implanted village, right? There's always this one person who is a conductor of the orchestra, right? And any time there's something happens, you will know who that is. If everybody turns to that person and looks to the person into the eye. It just happens. And that person could be very quiet, and the person could be very loud, and the person could be making funny decisions or whatever, but it's the conductor of the orchestra. This conductor of the orchestra can only make a good decision if they have good sleep at night, if they have time to go out and do their hair, or their nails, or shave themselves in the barber shop. I mean, you name it. You see what I'm saying? Depends who they are, men or women, but they need to have time for themselves and quiet time sometimes to read a book without thinking, oh my God, what's happening? And so, hired care partners or hired caregivers, or finding the places where it was called adult day facilities, where you basically would take patient to, and over there is a trained caregiver who would be discussing new newspaper articles today and news, and then do dancing, and also trying to take somebody to the bathrooms and back, and during which the person with the disease enjoys themselves, and the caregiver has their own time at home to do all the laundry that they have to do, including the laundry. It actually gives a good separation and supports that family. So when we say in the VA system, I want to do that, right? But probably it's also important to say, do you guys support me with bringing somebody to my home to help with regular needs? Just laundry, or sometimes maybe you be here for 2 hours and I will go get my groceries done. And I don't have to think about my patient with PSP, and I must say, are they sitting down or they go out to run? And maybe fall. So that's kind of like, when you think about the village, I would want you to all think about healthcare professionals. I would want you to think about also people who are caregivers and care partners who can be hired, and other resources. Does that make sense? Okay, good. That's a good question. And I kind of like expanded on it. I'm sorry, but no, that's where I am. Slumber. Never splitter. Right.
So something I do as an occupational therapist is I work a lot with the person and whoever comes into the treatment room with them on grooming the people in your lives to be helpful. That when something happens, somebody gets a diagnosis, that friends and neighbors will say, is there something I can do? Is there something I can do? And perhaps the primary care partner is actually helping the person with some pretty personal things, getting dressed, eating, things like that. And you think, oh, the neighbor, I can't have them do that. But the neighbor could put gas in your car. The neighbor could get groceries for you. And even if you don't need groceries, pick 5 things and have them go and get those groceries for you. And start getting them used to the idea of being helpful. People want to be helpful. And the other thing is you start to get a feel for who really wants to be helpful before you are in crisis. So ask them to put gas in your car, whatever it is. If they're, find a young person in the neighborhood that can mow my lawn. But just start giving them assignments, whether you need it or not, to free you up for whatever it is you want to be doing.
Very good point. Okay, any other questions? Yes.
My husband has MSA, and it's hard to, like, when you go to a doctor and they're not knowledgeable about it. How do you get these doctors to talk to one another, to hold hands and say, okay, this is what he has, this is how I can help.
Good question, and were you pointing at me?
Finally be able to find the MSA Coalition. I never knew they existed, and he's been diagnosed 5 years, and I could have had more knowledge earlier than just now.
This is my feeling. I hear you and I understand, and if I could just maybe divide this question a little bit, right? Okay. So it's so complicated. There's several issues there. Number one issue is that we've been living in the world of paternalistic medicine for a very long time. And the word paternalistic means it's not necessarily that the man is the doctor and the women are the nurses. It's nothing to do with that. It's all about that I'm a doctor and I'm queen bee in this village and I tell you guys what to do and I boss you around and so on and so forth. And you would be surprised how much that psychology prevails sometimes among people in the regular communities everywhere, okay? And the concept of being able to reach out to another allied health specialist, for example, PCOT speech therapist, and some of you came to me today and said, like, my husband was diagnosed with PSP by occupational therapist. They told us that something's wrong with the eyes and things are not really kosher, and this is a red flag. That's not Parkinson's disease. So obviously, the clinicians who are working with people with the rare diseases, they have so much volume of them that they will be able to diagnose. And the issue is that there's a barrier that exists between MD and not MD. And so that's a very big problem. What we're trying to do is that we try, and I think every single day with our example, to show that it is possible to communicate, it's possible to be on one level. And the word for this is called patient-centered care. So the principles of patient-centered care is that the patient's needs are in the middle of it all, and all the rest of the clinicians, physicians, care partners, caregivers, whatever you want to use the name, they all revolve on the same plane to take care of this patient. Okay? And there are not so many physicians sometimes who really conceptualize it very well. But I want to say that the younger physicians are right now picking up on that because we have something called Institute of Medicine, which is basically kind of like this thing where it sends out the directives to what they want physicians to be like. And in 2001, there's a big directive to start implementing patient-centered care. And there are some centers in the United States, such as, for example, Cleveland Clinic and Mayo Clinic and other places where they picked it up right away, and back in the early 2000s, they already were doing patient-centered care, and now more and more big centers picking up on that as well, and you train the physicians to think that way, okay? But it doesn't mean anything for orchestration exactly. I feel like for people who noticing that they don't have really the Parkinson's disease, because that's where everything stands out. I don't have this, what else do I have? I cannot overemphasize that it's important to see a movement disorder specialist. You okay? Are you sure? Movement disorder specialist. Because the movement disorder specialists are such that all of these rare diseases, they keep seeing these patients again and again and again. Their experience with that disease is much, much higher compared to the regular population by the nature of the beast of the referral. Does it make sense? So whenever people, I don't want to bark on my own tree, right? Or what is it, the expression for this? But I just want to say that, sometimes it's good to try to see a specialist maybe once or twice to really understand what do you need to do, okay? And then come to the seminars like this to understand that, well, I can build that village. I know exactly what the components are now. I know that I have today speech therapists and physical therapists, occupational therapists. It would be nice to have a physician, a social worker, and so that they will help me with what needs to be done. Did I answer your question? Basically, it's a little bit of a cultural thing. It's a little bit of a cultural thing, but it's also, unfortunately, lack of knowledge thing as well. And the cultural thing is going to take a long time to catch up, but the knowledge, you can overcome that bridge by coming to a specialist, a movement disorder specialist, and then from there, explore more and more what needs to be done. But you're not the only one in this situation, I promise you. It's so frustrating because the 5 years were almost feels like wasted. Right. I understand. I completely understand. All right. Any other questions from the audience? Okay, this lunch was very good, I can tell. We have fallen asleep. To wake you up and to remind you that life has not only flowers but the popcorn and the movie. We have another raffle. The raffle is such, popcorn was not a good time because we are in PSP. Yes, you have a question, sir? Yes. Sure.
Is there any research been done that has found any kind of a relationship between Lyme disease and PSP?
I'm not aware of a study between Lyme disease and PSP. Lyme disease affects nervous system, but most of the time it's a peripheral nervous system. It's not inside the brain. It's the nerve endings that come out of the spinal cord. And it's very treatable with the antibiotics. And there's a very specific test that we have, 2 of them, that's basically blood work that could tell you whether somebody has Lyme disease and whether it's completely cured or not. So
the question was, if you did have Lyme disease, let's say earlier on in your 20s or whatever, and now you have PSP, is there any cause and effect?
I will expand to say that there's no cause and effect between having an infection, any type of infection, including Lyme disease, and then having PSP down the road. Do you know what I'm saying? And this is the same story in Parkinson's disease and same story in MSA. Trying to understand if there's any infection that will create the problem. In Parkinson's disease, actually, there's this, if you remember, maybe there's an influenza epidemic that was basically in the 20s in the United States after a lot of kids had Parkinsonism, which created that whole spiel about that maybe infections caused them to have Parkinson's disease. What we know right now is not true. Parkinson's disease actually is just parts of the brain that's supposed to pick up dopamine and work for dopamine. They were destroyed by the infection. So in Parkinson's disease, you're supposed to have normal structure of the brain and just decrease in chemical production. And so infection is kind of like, it's never ever caused Parkinson's disease to begin with. It will be hard to sell to say that it's going to be the same for PSP and CBD, I think what we all know now is that there is genetic predisposition. There must be genes, and there's a very small percentage of people who carry the genes that we know create PSP and create MSA as well. Unfortunately, not every single person carries these genes, so it's very hard to extrapolate. And then there's some kind of other thing that happens during your lifetime, and we don't know what that thing is. I don't think it's infection. I don't think it's stress. I think it's more, something more that basically pushes the equilibrium over, and suddenly this genetic predisposition starts talking. See what I'm saying? So it just kind of like requires 2 things: the genetic predisposition and then something else happening during the lifetime where it pushes you over. And because otherwise, it's a protein that we produce. Like we're supposed to have them. These are normal for us. So we have genes to produce these proteins. It's just at some point of time it gets really disrupted and abnormal, and things go haywire. Does that make sense? Okay. Okay, more questions? No? Otherwise, I'm going to give away that raffle. So I shouldn't be making jokes about popcorn, right? Because many of us here in the audience should not be eating popcorn. It's really not a good idea. But they can have a chocolate. That's very true. And we also have something that it's a movie night, actually. So we wanted to remind you all that it should be fun to go to the movies, and sometimes maybe it would be possible. And so we'll see who is the lucky person. Drum roll. That'll be later. Karen donated that. You want to do another raffle now? Okay. So I think we should let our physical therapy, occupational therapists, and speech therapists go. Thank you so much. You were extremely helpful. I think we now understand what the village means, and I think we get it, the idea of it. So thank you so much.
And actually, during the breakout, which after I talk, we'll do a breakout, and Nina and Nancy are going to stay in this room with the people with PSP, MSA, and CBD and actually make them exercise. So they'll still be around. And actually, before I get started, can we just all, stretch real quick? Just, take deep breaths. extra legs. I feel like we're sitting too much here. Yeah? Hug someone next to you. Oh, hug. Okay. All right. So we also today wanted to talk about how this is more than a movement disorder. Yeah, I know some people are sort of getting up for bathroom breaks now, but I'll start going. Is that okay? Okay. This is more than a movement disorder, right? It affects you on all different levels. Emotionally, coping, your family, your roles, your lifestyle, all of that, and that's one of the reasons that myself as a clinical social worker is on the team. And so I want to address this more than just medications and clinical trials and rehab, because it's all of this together. So no matter how long, is that actually, oh, it's slow up there, but it's clapping her on the back very slowly. So no matter how long you've been in this journey, whether you were diagnosed or your loved one was diagnosed a month ago or 10 years ago, somehow you figured it out this long, right? You faced your challenges and your changes along the way, and probably in the beginning you were like, how am I going to do this? What does this mean for me? I don't know how we're going to figure this out. But here you are, and you did. And the fact that you're here today also shows me how proactive you are, how you are people who want to learn and you want to figure this out and you want to survive and live as best as you can. So for that, you all are going to give yourselves a round of applause or a pat on your back, because I think that you're the real expert in the room. So more than a movement disorder, I mentioned this already, but it affects yourself not only physically, but your lifestyle, your roles, your relationships, your identity, and your self-esteem. I am now someone who's living with the label of MSA or PSP or CBD. I'm going to carry that around with me. I am now a care partner or a caregiver. And those are new roles. And then you add on top of that these role switches that occur, like I'm not going to drive anymore, or I'm going to take over some of the cooking. And they can happen subtly, but they're little changes to your sense of self along the way. In addition to that, there's the unpredictable nature of these diseases. Now, as I say these things, if y'all disagree or agree, just share that with me. I am just putting this out here based on what a lot of you or my patients, our support group, has shared with me over the years. Unpredictability is a big one. You might have had plans for the future. Big one that comes up is my retirement. This is not what I pictured I'd be doing in my retirement. We wanted to travel more. Now it's harder to travel. But there's also unpredictability of day to day, and sometimes hour by hour, depending on when you took your medications, if you've got a good night's sleep. And that can be really hard because it can make you feel like you have to sort of be on your toes all the time. You don't know what's going to happen next. Can people relate to that? Not relate to that? Yeah? So I also see that we tend to, as facing these changes and challenges, a lot of people tend to hold on to the image of who they once were, who I used to be. The man that I married, he doesn't look like himself anymore. He was a great athlete, or we were going, like I mentioned, this comes up a lot. In our retirement years, we were going to go on a cruise and travel the world, or my kids were going to see me more. And then when those things change, those are little losses too that can come up. Like, wow, this is not what I envisioned. And we tend to hold on to those. Someone once shared with me, ghosts, like the ghost of who you were or your loved one was. And it's really hard to let that go and realize this is our new normal right now. But I find in my experience the people who sort of let that go, okay, I am not the athlete I always was. I'm not 32 anymore. I'm not a worker. I don't thrive right now. And try to embrace as much as possible who they are now and the new normal, they tend to cope better with these changes and challenges as they arise. And so I say these things, number one, not to bring you down, but to normalize it, that what these things that are coming up or that you might be experiencing, everyone in this room is probably experiencing. So I just think it's okay to normalize it and validate it for yourself. And when you grieve these losses, we tend to think of grieving death, but even a little loss, like it's really hard to button my shirt the way I always took for granted that I could button my shirt. It's okay to grieve those losses and those changes, but then also try to move forward with adaptation. And okay, if this is what I'm working with now, what's the expression with cards? That you play the cards that you were dealt the best that you can, right? So self-care. A lot of times, most of the time, we talk about self-care. Oh yeah, if you can do that, let me know because I can't. Can anyone? Let's not try. Let's not. Yeah, so self-care. We tend to talk about care for the caregiver, care for the care partner. I am going to mention that because it's critical. But there's also self-care for the person with the diseases. I find in my practice, a lot of times people will separate people out. To the patient, you're the patient, therefore you have to focus on taking your medications on time and don't forget to exercise. And it's all about safety. And the caregiver, let's give you a massage and focus on your care. And it's not really, we're not really seeing them together, too. And so care for the person with MSA, PSP, CBD, or the patient, the first thing, and we've sort of talked about this today, is finding the right care. I feel like most of you, what I've sort of gathered, is you've found a movement disorder specialist. One of the reasons that you're here. Or you've tried physical, occupational, and speech therapy. You have people who gave you the right diagnosis. That puts you in the right place to begin with because, as Dr. Browner mentioned, a lot of times it's about you're diagnosed with Parkinson's, things aren't really right, and then eventually you see someone else and they say, ooh, it's not Parkinson's. So finding the right care and the person you trust, because you're going to have this for years. So you need a doctor who you can turn to, who you have good chemistry with. Another part of self-care for the people diagnosed is continuing as much as possible to participate in enjoyable and meaningful activities. What I tend to see is that as things get harder, as things get harder, people just tend to stop doing them. I used to be a painter. That's harder now because of my coordination. I'm not painting anymore. I used to be a golfer. I can't drive the cart anymore. Haven't golfed in months. And people's worlds get smaller. But as that happens, there's not enough stuff to then bring you joy anymore. There's not socialization. Any of us who are stuck in the house and watching TV all day tend to decline a lot faster, and your mood is not as good, and your symptoms tend to worsen because you need stimulation. Think about whatever age this may have happened in your life. If there's like a really bad snowstorm and you're stuck in the house for 4 days and you're eating the same food and all you've done is watch TV and you haven't talked to anybody or left the house and breathed oxygen outside of your house in 4 days, by the time 4 days is over and you open the door and you're like, get me out of here. I got to get out of this house. I need to see people. I need to go shopping. I need to do anything other than sit in this house. Well, as people have these chronic diseases and age, they don't really tend to verbalize that as much, but it can wear on you. So it can mean adapting some of these things you used to enjoy. So gardening is a huge one around here, I find. I can't get down on the ground anymore and get into my garden. I forget what I'm doing, so I'm just not going to do it anymore. Well, then we talk about, what about doing the potted plants in the back porch that someone could put in front of you, or having someone do it with you. Or I have a few people who have raised garden beds. Or I have some people who live in assisted living, and I think of this one guy, he's in assisted living. You know how assisted living and any of those facilities have super long hallways? Well, he can't walk the whole hallway, so he just doesn't go to the activities. Or wasn't. So we said, well, you don't use a wheelchair normally, but what if you just have someone push you in the wheelchair he really wanted to go to bingo, just to go to bingo? And he's like, how had I never thought about that anymore? So now he has someone push him down the hallway. Or if it's harder for you to get out of the house, try to have people come to you. So those are just some examples of adaptation. And Karen over there, when we have our breakout, she's going to be talking to the people with the diagnoses about the importance of staying engaged. Be aware of mood. Mood with these diseases can be physiologically a part of the disease as well as the challenges of coping with it. And these can sneak up on you. They're often stigmatized, so people don't want to verbalize them. I feel depressed. You don't want to worry your care partner, so you might not tell them. Or you might not really recognize them because they're not always clear-cut depression or anxiety. You can just not want to go out as much anymore, feel more apathetic about doing stuff. Or a big one I see is driving. You think you're still a good driver, but you don't want to drive anymore, and then you figure out why. It's because you're anxious whenever you're in the car. Or you're not sleeping well at night. A lot of people think that that's because of the disease that's causing sleeplessness. Well, it can be, but also if you're staying up at night, just ruminating over things or worrying, or where's my family? I need them nearby at all times because what if something happens? That could be anxiety. And just like the rest of the symptoms, these can also be treated. Just like the rest of the symptoms that can be treated with a combination of rehab or therapies and medications, these can too. So if you start noticing changes or concerns in your mood or your loved one, tell your neurologist. Or if you have a social worker, tell your social worker. They can find you counselors. They can get you on a medication that might perk you up a little bit at the very least. So care for the care partner. Watching for burnout is a big thing. I see a lot is that people get stuck in these roles. I have to be here because if I'm not here, something's going to go wrong. No one else can do it like I can. And then the two of you, or sometimes a few more people, a person with a diagnosis and a care partner are together all the time, and you have to feel like you're walking on eggshells because something's going to happen. I have to run to the store really quickly and come back because what if he falls while I'm gone? And so the world, again, gets smaller, and two people are together all the time. And just like the rest of this, I sort of mentioned, these diseases shouldn't stop you from, and Dr. Browner would tell you about this earlier, getting your hair done, getting out to have a drink with your friends on Friday night, going to the movies. I know Karen Fisher's going to do that now. So finding respite time. Respite just means time away from your role as a caregiver, care partner. A break. It is not a luxury, it's a necessity for any of us. There's that expression, I forget if I put it here, it's not an expression, but when you may have heard this, when you're on an airplane and they give you all the safety information in the beginning that no one really listens to anymore, but that they tell you that if the oxygen drops in the airplane and the masks come down, you have to put it on yourself before putting it on somebody else. And I view the same thing with being a caregiver. You literally, and I don't use that term lightly because I feel like it's overused, you literally cannot take care of somebody else until you're taking care of yourself first. So figure out what that means for you. Is that 2 weeks away for you to recharge your batteries, or is that an hour a day or half hour every week? Find what you need to recharge so that you can continue to have the right attitude and energy to continue this role. We also say care partner. You've probably heard we sort of say them interchangeably, and I say that because people identify with different labels. Some people say caregiver, some care partner, whichever works for you is fine. Some people are like, I am not a caregiver, I'm a care partner. And I like care partner personally, just because I think that this should be a partnership as much as possible between you and the person who's diagnosed for as long as possible. It doesn't have to be all or nothing, black or white, I'm going to take this role over. It should be shared as much as possible. And be realistic about your limitations. It doesn't mean that you're not superwoman, superman. It means that you're human. If you need to accept help, or you need to say, I got to step back from this for a minute. It just means that you're human and you need someone to step in so that this situation can continue. I like this cartoon someone once sent me. I'm guessing it's a mother and a son, I'm not sure, but the mother says, I don't want to waste the money on home care help, and the son says, I guess it depends on the value you place on your mental health. And she says, my mental health is fine. And he goes, I was talking about mine. Like I mentioned in the beginning, we're huge fans of in-home care. And there was 3 great companies, I think, one hanging over there, as well as our caregivers who are still in the orange vest. We're in-home care, someone to come in and bathe and feed you. Y'all, I was a professional in-home caregiver all through college, between college and grad school, and during grad school. Most of what I did was be friends with people. I got paid to be friends with people. I had this one guy who every Saturday night, he lived with his daughter and his son-in-law. They just wanted to go out to dinner. They'd go out to dinner. I would take him out to dinner. Him and I had a grand old time. He always had really good taste in food, too. And we would just, one time we went to the movies, or you sit with somebody if they can't get out of the house, and you sit with somebody at home and play chess. Or I used to help people around the house a little bit, make some meals for them, or remind them to take their medications. And it was such a relief for the caregivers, care partners, to have someone there who they could depend on, so they could step out, whether it's the grocery shop or get a massage or get dinner with their husband, while I helped around the house, whether it's bathing or playing chess. So knowing when to ask for help, and Dr. Browner kept saying to build your team, that this should be a team effort. So tapping into other resources. So one example was professional in-home care. Another one is adult daycare, which actually Dr. Browner social worked up here for me and told you all about, where someone can go somewhere for the day, they get food, games, exercise, socialization, and during that time, the care partner can do whatever they need to do. The geriatric care manager, we have a couple of them here today, Karen, and then Nancy had to leave, but people who, if this is too overwhelming for you to navigate all these different people and all these different resources and care and everything, to hire a geriatric care manager or professional senior advocate to help you navigate all that. They're kind of like the glue or the communicator between all those different people. And you can have them there all the time, not with you all the time, but to step in anytime, or just while someone is in the hospital and you don't know how to navigate that system. Allied health therapies we talked a lot about today. Hospice, Dr. Browner also mentioned, and I know they had to leave, but hospice, there's a lot of myths and misconceptions. A lot of people think it's just about death. It's just for someone who's actively dying. I'm not exaggerating when I say 99.8%, that's an exact number, of people who use hospice, who I know come back to me later saying, I wish I used it earlier. It is free through Medicare. How many things are totally covered by insurance now? Nothing but hospice, pretty much. So it's something to take advantage of, and that is an entire team that comes in and supports you physically and emotionally. I knew someone who was on hospice for 2 years. I'm not saying that's not always normal, but with these diseases, it's really hard to tell when someone is hospice appropriate or has 6 months or less to live. I say there's no rule. that you can be on hospice and live as long as you possibly can. I say if you'd qualify for that, which is basically to sort of boil it down, a lot more difficulty with being mobile and frequent falls, infections, hospitalizations, or just general weight loss, or if you say, wow, this person is not the same person he was 6 months ago, it cannot hurt to get a free hospice consultation. A lot of doctors will not bring this up with you because it's just like we don't want to talk about hospice all the time. Docs don't always want to talk about hospice. They're afraid you'll think that they let you down or that they're letting you down, and or that they've given up or something. But it's not that. It's just handing off care to a team who can help you in that phase of the life. Support groups, I mentioned, in this very building is where we actually have the only PSP, MSA, CBD support group in North Carolina. But you can also go to Parkinson's support groups. Not all of it might be relatable for you, but you may pick up some good tips or at least find someone else where you can say, wow, I'm not alone. Somebody else can relate to this situation. Just thinking about little things. Who can you call on? My neighbor's running a grocery store. Let me ask them to pick up milk because I haven't been able to get out of the house in a couple of days. Know your options with long-term care also. A lot of people wait until it is way too late to make these decisions about assisted living versus skilled nursing versus I'm going to keep him home. But if you keep someone home, know what that entails. That could entail modifying your entire house. That could entail bringing in more and more in-home care, which is not covered by insurance, unless you have long-term care insurance or VA benefits, pretty much. Got a handout in the back on that. But just know what the different options are, because you also, a lot of people move to assisted living first because they go, I don't want to live in a nursing home. It's horrible images in nursing homes for some reason. But then 3 months might go by, and they're not able to provide that same care that they could before, and you have to move again, and trying to minimize those moves as much as possible is ideal. So just know what the options are, and trying to find the place early and beforehand that fits you the best is also really important. You don't want to make this decision in a crisis, because I'm not going to lie, what we see a lot is you don't want to move, you don't want to talk about this or thinking about this. Someone falls, ends up in the hospital, gets discharged to a nursing facility for rehab, and they never leave. And they had no choice in that. And I'm not saying that as like a threat or anything. I'm just saying that you want to try to have as much control over these decisions and be on the same page as much as possible. Advanced healthcare directives. I actually have on the back table where the hydrangea is, which we will raffle off later. I have healthcare power of attorney and living will. If you don't have this, even for you, a person without the diagnosis, you should get it. I have one. I could walk out of this building and get hit by a bus right now, and someone might not know what wishes or beliefs I had around end-of-life care, or who would make that decision. It's not always clear-cut as you think that it would be, like, oh, my daughter will make that decision. But if you have a daughter who has totally different beliefs around a feeding tube than you did, then you might not get the treatment that you wanted. So it is free. It doesn't require a lawyer. You just complete it after discussion with your family member, and you get it witnessed and notarized, and then you keep a copy, you give your doctor a copy, you give your son a copy. Don't put it in your safety deposit box. If it's in your safety deposit box and you go to the hospital, it is really hard to get. I have so many people who put it in the safety deposit box, so I have to make that plug. You can keep a copy in there, but also keep one in your home. Does anyone have any questions about any of that so far? Yes. A DNR. Good question. So a DNR stands for do not resuscitate. That can be done in addition to a living will. And I should say, healthcare power of attorney is where you designate someone to make the decisions. A living will is where you say what treatments you would not want. But a DNR can be done in addition to that, where if you have strong feelings that if you were to go into cardiac arrest and your heart stopped, these diseases or not, or car accident or whatever happens, if you don't want someone to restart your heart, then do a DNR. And especially know what that can entail, because a lot of people will say, keep me alive no matter what. If someone resuscitates an older person and or a person with a chronic illness, they will break ribs. I've seen people get pneumonia and decline after being resuscitated. So it's something to think about and figure out what you would want for yourself. You have to get that from a doctor. And that goes along with that is something called a MOST form. It stands for Medical Order for Scope of Treatment. This is for people who have these chronic conditions, or they're slowly declining, or they're in and out of hospital or skilled nursing facility, where it goes into a little bit more depth than a living will, where you get to say, if something were to happen, I do not want a feeding tube, or I do want a feeding tube, or if I have infections, I do or do not want antibiotics, or I only want comfort care, or give me the full scope of treatment. And that you can do along with a DNR. It also comes from a doctor. They're really obnoxiously colored pieces of paper, kind of like our vests. And so most and a DNR, and you can just ask your neurologist or your primary care physician to help you complete it. You complete it with them, so you tell them what treatments you do or do not want, and they sign it, and then it follows you wherever you go. Whether you go to the hospital or a store or whatever, it follows you. That way, if something were to happen, the EMS shows up, they will know to resuscitate you or not, to give you a breathing tube or not, and hang it somewhere prominent. A lot of people do it behind their bed or their refrigerator. Did that answer your question? Yeah? Communication is key. None of this, whether you've had it for a month or 10 years, will be easy if you don't communicate about the experience, the care, the needs, and the future. It's also a way to make decisions together as much as possible. It's also a way for the person with a diagnosis to not let their voice get lost in the crowd. So open and honest communication so you can stay on the same page. And finding meaning as much as possible through the experience. Like any other challenge that you've faced in your life, and I'm sure this is not the first one, you have somehow learned from that experience. You've gained skills and strengths you might not thought that you've had, or you have found purpose in it. Or maybe you're at a point in your life, and I think anyone at any age should think about this, what is your legacy that you want to leave behind you? So I think that this, like anything else, should be a learning experience. You should be able to make meaning from this. So I want to ask you all real quick, in the 10 or so minutes I have left, I want to make you talk and reflect. So will a couple people tell me, what are a couple of strengths or skills that you've developed through this experience or surprised yourself with? Tell me. Your husband said tolerance. Do you say tolerance? Because you have to tolerate it. Isn't that just a husband and a wife thing anyway then? No, I'm kidding. Tolerance. Can anyone relate to tolerance? Has anyone learned tolerance? I see a couple of head nods. Thank you. You've gained the skill of tolerance. You may not have had that before this experience. What else? Patience. A lot of people seem to relate to patience. Yeah. Yeah. Letting go. Tell me more about that. What are you letting go of? Yeah, so she said when it gets to the point where you can't address things, you just let it go. So why fight it? If it's not going to change, don't bother fighting it. Just let it go and move on to something more important. Letting go. Lady in the green shirt. Oh, there's two green shirts. First green shirt. You're not as rushed. You're taking things at a slower pace, and you're okay with that. And that's okay. Yeah. It sounds almost like a mindfulness thing, too, that if things are moving more slowly, instead of rushing them, you get to really live in that moment a little bit more. You know, you just want to say, okay, come on, let's go. Right. You let go of that. Can anyone relate to that? Yeah? Laughing, nodding. Thank you for sharing that. What about the teal shirt in the back? Cooking. Now you're doing all the cooking. Oh, okay. But you've gained the skill of cooking. You are the chef in the household now. Is it good cooking though? But it's still a skill. What about, I know there's some people who are newly diagnosed. Oh, yeah, sure. You learned to balance the checkbook. Good for you. Math is not easy. It's coming for me. Yes. You were never the gas pumper before, now you're the gas pumper? Things that you have learned through this experience. Did you ever expect to become the gas pumper? Or to cook? All right, have you pleasantly surprised yourself with that? Like, wow, I can do this. You're in charge of it. Yeah. You're your own AAA. So she's her own AAA. Adjust, adapt, accept. I love that. Yeah. That's a really good. Yeah, everyone I'm seeing scribble that down. What about a gift that this has given you? Yeah. You're gonna make me. That's it. She said. That's what I'm doing, Dr. Brenner. Thanks. Yeah. So she just said that it's been a gift for her to be able, and an honor is the word that you use, to be able to do the things that she's doing for her husband, and that he loves her the way that he does. Thank you for sharing that. I know I didn't say it as nicely as you did. Okay. Is there anyone whose gift can top that? Because that's a pretty good gift. What about like I want to hear from two people. If you've been in this for a while or even not that long, what is a piece of advice you would give to someone who is newly diagnosed? Your life is going to change. And what about that? Just to be okay with it, or just to be aware that that's going to happen? Or something else? To try to accept that things are going to change. Okay. That's good advice. Yes, in the back. To get as much help as possible. Advice. Knowledge, information. Just gather all of that information so you know what you're dealing with. Okay. That is great advice. So I will end on a few things that I think people kind of forget about sometimes, and I want to remind you. The balance between the here and now and the future. I see a lot of people who are so focused on right now that they don't want to think about the future. If I try to talk about advanced directives, long-term care, things like that, they say, whatever's going to happen is going to happen. I want to just get through today. But then when whatever's going to happen happens, it can be really hard because they've never really thought about it. And I also see the opposite, where people aren't really getting to live in the here and now, or focusing on the beauty that is life right now because they're so anxious about what's going to happen. How can I control this? When am I going to die? How long am I going to have this for? What's my future going to look like? That they can't really see where they are right now or appreciate this time. So try to balance that. Remind yourself, too, that you are your own unique person with this diagnosis. And also you're your own unique care partner or family member of someone with these diagnoses. Everyone in this room can relate on different levels, but everyone is also different. You're your own expert on this experience. This is experience, yes, in large part it's out of our control, because these are diseases we cannot cure, but it's also in part what you choose to make of it, what you take advantage of, your attitude towards it. Recognize the small victories, even if it is, he didn't fall today, or I buttoned my own shirt today. Whatever it is, recognize those small victories and give yourself praise for them. The biggest one is you're doing the best you can. Please remind yourself that. None of you have ever faced this challenge before. Like I said in the beginning, somehow you're figuring it out, and you're doing the best you can with what you've been dealt. And be kind to yourself, and be kind to your family and your partner. I think people can get real frustrated sometimes, and they can take it out on themselves or their partner, like, oh, you idiot, you used to be able to do this so easily, why can't you just do this anymore? Or if you're real frustrated with yourself, you tend to yell at your care partner because they're the closest and safest one to you. So be kind to yourself. Like I said, you're doing the best that you can, and so is your partner. I like these cartoons. One says, welcome to another one of life's brick walls standing squarely in your path. Please select from the following options. You can go over it, under it, around it, or through it. And then one is I'm reading it because it's hard to see with the light. A couple drinking wine, sitting in a couch on a very tiny deserted island, and they say, I would say we've made the best of a bad situation. And I had someone with Parkinson's once send me this quote, and I loved it, so it's always how I end my talks, which is that life isn't about waiting for the storm to pass, it's about learning to dance in the rain. So with that, I will end my talk, and what we're going to do now is we're going to have our breakout. So anyone who has the diagnosis will stay in this room, and we're going to talk about staying engaged, and we're also going to make you exercise with our PT and OT and rock steady boxing. And the care partners are going to follow me and Jocelyn, who just ran away, into basically the room that's right across the lobby. And we're going to talk about being your own advocate. We know it's been a long day. It's the end of the day. Hopefully baklava will wake you up. We're going to wrap up things. If everyone can sit down, that'd be great. I know I have a hydrangea in my face for everyone over there. Yes, ma'am. Oh, I can get more. It's sticky. I'll get more napkins. All right, we're going to get started again in order to wrap things up. But before we wrap things up, you've heard us talk all day today about CurePSP. CurePSP might be how you learned about these diseases. It might be what brought you here today. Some of you have never heard about it. So for us in the medical community, or at least at UNC, CurePSP has been the #1 resource where we send any of our patients and families affected by PSP, CBD, or MSA. I wanted them to be here today. I felt strongly about that, and I also want them to tell you a little bit more about what they do and they can offer. They can offer really good resources and information for you. And then at the end, we'll do one more raffle. And in about 20 minutes from now, we'll wrap up for the day. Sound good? Are you ready for one last little leg of a long day of learning? All right. So both Alex Klein and Amy Branch, who you may or may not have met at this point. She is on the board for CurePSP. They're going to tell you a little bit more about CurePSP as a resource. And I'll get more napkins.
Thank you very much. Very kind of you. I just very briefly want to run through what we are doing at CurePSP. I'm the VP of Scientific Affairs. Again, my background is neuroscience. I used to work in a lab. I used to work at universities. I had my own little lab back at Hanover Medical School, but then felt that I would like to, have a career change and be closer to patients and closer at the same time, and that's the beauty of this job. I'm very close to the researchers as well. So when I talk on a daily basis with researchers who come and approach us with ideas, with projects, we discuss that. And the good part of it is usually, you may have heard the term ivory tower. That's where people at university usually are that are not working in a university hospital, right? So I was working all my life with Parkinson's and Huntington's disease, and only because I did some outreach, I went to patient conferences, I actually had met PD, Parkinson's disease, and Huntington's disease patients. So a lot of researchers who are doing PSP research have never met a PSP patient. Hence, they don't know what is actually really important for you. So this is also one major part of my job is to say, look, well, do your research, that's fine, but you know what? That's not really an issue right now for us. We need X, Y, Z. And that's the beauty of this job. And so we do research funding. But before that, I would like to just give you a very, very short run through what we do and who we are. We were founded in 1990, so we've been around quite a while now. We are now New York City based. We have 9 employees, and 2 of them are still in the Baltimore office doing accounting and gift processing. Our range is what we call now the prime of life disease concept of neurodegeneration. I will explain that to you in a second. And in technical terms, it's the tauopathy. So all diseases who have tau as the common misfolding protein, plus the exception for us is alpha-synuclein for MSA. So we do 3 things: cure, care, and consciousness. The cure is for us funding research, but then also care and consciousness go really hand in hand with it, and without consciousness, also no cure. I think we could sit here for the next 2 or 3 days and share your stories, how you got diagnosed, and you all will feel most probably, oh, I heard that, yeah, didn't work, doctor number 4, 5, 6, 7, and if you are, within 2 years, you're kind of on the average of being diagnosed. So you could say that maybe we did a bad job so far. We need to educate medical schools. We need to educate neurologists that are not in the bigger centers, right? So yes, we're back on. And I was talking about the prime of life disease concept. So what we believe is, and you know what, sometimes this is actually something I fight with the researchers because, funding is low. It's always a big competition between individual research groups. They have to fund their employees, right? So sharing is always a good idea. Everybody says, yeah, we need to share data. But in the very end, you think like, this is my data. I want to publish. I want to be the one who discovers that. Right? Better than, one single researcher than a big consortium of researchers, right? But what pharma companies and non-profits, and not only us, have discovered, and that's why I also be working with Michael J. Fox together, with the Alzheimer's Association, with the ADDF, with the AFTD, ALS Association, MSA Coalition, we all know each other. We all talk. And we all also, if we're at the end of our knowledge, we forward them, of course, to the experts. There is no territorial behavior. And this is what I really also want to teach the researchers. And by doing so, we feel that those diseases, PSP, CBD, MSA, and frontotemporal dementia, our friends from the AFTD are actually dealing with these types of diseases. We have then ALS, and we have CTE, which is rather new in the consciousness of people, but because it's the NFL disease, I think has gained some serious momentum in terms of awareness. And then we may just follow that and say, well, momentum means funding, means more research, means a cure. And then the thing is, I told you about the Orphan Drug Disease Act. Well, and in the end, what we hope is that we find something that is actually helping all diseases, Might not be really the silver bullet, but at least the bullet that touches all of them and supports cure disease modifying is the key word in all of these diseases. Because if I cure one tau, why shouldn't that tau work in CTE or in Alzheimer's, right? Or in any of those diseases? So I showed you that before. This is basically, I will skip that, this is the accumulation. And the basis of this idea is that all these diseases share protein misfolding. And then the care and consciousness is that we do, as we did today, we do family conferences, we provide support groups, all of that, and you are in the focus. Honestly, you are. And we really come and we talk and we want to hear what are your worries and your cries and everything. That is overrides everything else. All right? And what we then did also, within the last 2 years, we really tried to pull ourselves together and say, look, we need to arrive in the 21st century. We need to improve our outreach. And part of that is actually those new brochures. You see, actually all of them are at the front desk, except that one looks black because the box got lost, and we have photocopies of it, but please contact us. We send them out. We send them out also to your physicians, to your friends and family. If you need more to educate, right? Please do. Please contact us. We will mail them to you. We also have respite funds. We all know the financial burden of this, right? And go and check our website. We accept applications. Also, very important, and you heard that today a lot about, we have a new guidebook that actually is addressed not towards you, but towards the healthcare professionals, the social worker, PT, OT, SLT, etc., etc. And for the core diseases, right? Core diseases we deal with are PSP, CBD, and MSA. And for the cure, we have a very exciting consortium. It's a multinational consortium. We have 2 founding members, the Tau Consortium and CurePSP formed the PSP Genetics Consortium. And even though PSP is not a hereditary disease, so it's very unlikely that you pass it along to your children, there are spontaneous mutations in your genome that happen through life, and you don't pass them on. And what we need to know is, are there any of these mutations? Do we see a pattern? Do we see something that actually would predict that you might develop at the end of your 50s PSP, CBD, or MSA? And in this case, we're looking at PSP. It's a very costly project. It's a multi-million project. But the good thing about this is, there have been many projects in the past about genetics and PSP. But now, once we're through this, we know the answer. And I can actually share with you, it's public since today, we have, just today, we received from the NIH a huge grant to support this effort. I'm really, really thrilled about this. So it's actually, thank you.
All the brainchild of Dr. Alex Klein in putting together this grant proposal.
I received now a little bit too much of of the glory. Yes, I was actively participating, and we met actually in January in Dallas, and we put this together. And it's one of the geneticists we work with anyway at UCSF who finally submitted it, but it was based on a lot of talking I did at the NIH. So sometimes you wonder, does it make sense to send Alex to Washington, paying for the train ticket, you know where I'm going. But yes, it paid off really well. It's $500,000. Then this is basically the goal of the Genetics Consortium. And when I say 2,000 plus cases, remember we have 20,000 PSP patients in the US. Analyzing 2,000 is 1/10. That is unheard of. Like when I'm saying that we have questions about genetics, we will get the answer because the significance, statistically speaking now, is so high. It's not only 500 out of 5 million. It's 1/10 of the population. And if we find anything in here, then we have a new drug target. If we don't find anything, well, check. Move on. But without asking the questions, we cannot move on. Then, very briefly, we do also sponsor individual researchers. We call them venture grants. You can apply. We have deadlines. And then we have an international peer review. We have international researchers reviewing those applications. And then we actually take some pride in it that we have done more than 170 of those grants, totaling up to 13 million, which really directly have, these grants have to be involved in finding a cure for PSP-CVD or MSA. We also have, with the Mayo Clinic together, we have a brain donation program. That actually now feeds directly back into the genetics program because what we need is actually an autopsy-confirmed verification of the diagnosis, right? We had too many cases where there was a misdiagnosis and only autopsy can actually confirm. And, 2000s, we actually may even aim for 3,000 analyses. But if they're all autopsy confirmed, we have 100% validity of this data. Again, we know, after that Genetics Consortium, we know what is going on in terms of genetics. My colleague, Trish Kaurana, had, now I think 2 years ago, a really fantastic idea. She's a social worker, and she thought, okay, we need patients, we need you, we need to communicate with the big sponsors. We were talking about clinical trials, 1, 2, 3. We're talking about big centers, we're talking about big pharma. I find this intimidating. So we need a liaison between patients and then the real clinical trials. And that's what we call patient engagement program. And the good thing is about it, let pharma pay for it. 100% is a spin-off of CurePSP, and the spin-off says that 100% of what we earn through this goes back into the foundation, of course. It goes back into, being here, informing you, research, etc., etc. So it's actually a win-win for us. Just to run through this very quickly, we call this patient recruitment and retention program. We have the relationship with you, and if now a sponsor or a pharma company wants to have a clinical trial in XYZ town, city, etc., we can then actually go in and say like, well, you know what? This is quite an area we don't have any outreach. You may want to go to another town. We also educate the pharma companies how to conduct actually a clinical trial, which is quite interesting because they have no idea about your needs. They think they can keep you in for 2 years and you can travel 2,000 or 3,000 miles every time. Well, with the progression of the disease, we all know that, yes, maybe the first visit, the second visit, you may be able to do that, but after that, it becomes too cumbersome and you drop out, lowering the success rate of a clinical trial, which we so desperately need. And you would think that these are really simple ideas, but sharing that, you see these light bulbs going on with these people. Also, really, really important, and I said that before, we really need to educate physicians and healthcare professionals about these diseases. And that's also something I'm really proud of. I met Dr. Nina Browner last year during a meeting for the Center of Excellence in Parkinson's disease. I was so fascinated about this idea for Parkinson's disease patients that I thought, well, when I get these phone calls for everybody of us, it's also for me difficult to guide you somewhere. How do I know people in Florida, in Louisiana? I mean, I'm living up north, and then I didn't even grow up in this country, so I have actually really a problem here. So what we thought is that we would like to found, and this will happen this summer, inauguration will be in October, CurePSP Centers of Care. Care centers can apply through a simple self-reported questionnaire. The answers will be evaluated by our medical steering committee, and then we will award CurePSP Centers of Care. We are already preparing our website. We will have an interactive map. You can just click where you are. You can put your radius. You can drive. All of that. And it doesn't mean that this is the perfect care center. It doesn't mean that they might not even have an MRI or PET scan in that facility, because we have one factor that overwrites many other criteria is distance to the next major center. And you know what? If in the middle of Idaho or somewhere, there is no physician, right? But no major center with an MRI and knowledgeable about PSP, I'd rather have a motivated neurologist who knows about PSP as a center where I can send, I can just make a phone call and say, hey, I have 2 hours away from you, I have a patient, can I send them to you? That's the idea about this, and slowly it should grow into a larger network, and we hope that every 6 months we will have an application deadline so that we can really grow to almost hundreds of centers across this country. Last but not least, on June 24th, we meet again with patients. We have speakers. That's also something we take quite some pride in, is that we really go out, we have this roadshow, we really want to see you, we want to hear, we want to talk to you, we want to educate you, we want to give you tools. When you go back to your doctor and say, well, I have a question, right? I want to know more, I want to know this and that. And we meet actually in the Chicago area in June, and of course you are all invited. We hope that we have a good time there and meet more people. So now I'll hand over to Amy.
Thank you, Alex. And then I will be very brief, and I'll try to work my way backwards. A family conference. We're very fortunate, I think, today to have had an experience very much like CurePSP tries to give when we have family conferences that we sponsor. So, and that's thanks to to UNC for putting this together and allowing us to share this day. So we thank Jesse, we thank Dr. Bronner, and one step back from there, Alex mentioned a year ago the discussion about the Centers of Excellence. And Dr. Bronner and Jesse were kind enough to sit down with us that day and to tell us what we needed to include, with the standard of care being the Parkinson Centers of Excellence. And to go back a little bit farther, the 27 years that CurePSP has been a foundation, our roots were actually thanks to the folks from the Johns Hopkins Parkinson's Disease Center of Excellence. So we've tried to learn, we've tried to accelerate. Alex started today with who we are, and who we are, who we strive to be at CurePSP is who you need us to be. So if we are not meeting your needs, raise your hand. If there's more we can do differently than we can do, we certainly want to make sure we help both those that have been diagnosed with these really tough diseases, and most of us that serve on the board do have a personal connection with the diseases. I'm one of our board members who has a connection with two different neurodegenerative diseases, PSP through my stepfather and Alzheimer's through my mother. Everyone knows I'm very passionate about finding both treatment, cure, but also resources to understand, to advocate, and also to care. Both the care that we try to give to each of you and also the care that we want to make sure you have available through resources in your own communities. And additionally, Alex mentioned research, and usually would have to be 4.5 years of direct involvement that I've had with the foundation on the board. Research equals cure. For the first time this year, PSP has actually granted to research programs in care. So we understand that research doesn't just translate into a monoclonal antibody, a pill, a silver bullet as Alex described, but that quality of life component is really essential. And I would also like to say that those of us that are involved as volunteers at CurePSP, staff at CurePSP, we are all very determined in our fight to find both treatment and cure for these diseases. And I appreciate, one, the determination from each of you in this room, and also the courage that it takes to speak up, not just today, we discussed this afternoon, even advocating for yourself. So speak up, speak out, raise your hand, please let us know. But it's been a real honor to be here with each of you today. Thank you.
We just have a couple more things before we let you go today. We have our final raffle. I like raffles. I just like, free things are always